Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, November the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me, see my screen. Now, listen, if you have any problems hearing me, if you think if I'm cutting in and out, just let me know. Already done the kind of little hack that I do, but I'll do it again. What a day, guys. We are in for a monster open so far, anyway. Lots of stocks to talk about this morning. Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth there, Kerry. So anyway, we have vvos right at the very top here, the biggest one, up from the close, 174%. Super low float. We have our provider has it under a million. So whatever it is, I mean, again, 10 go to 10 sites, you'll probably find 10 different float information data. But whatever it is, it's going to be low. So they had some news, doubled as stock more than doubles as FDA clears sleep apnea device. Okay, so that is the news for vvos. Thank you, Les, in our YouTube room. So that is vvos. Next high looking left on the weekly chart anyway is up at around 14. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but through the 200-day moving average. Lots to talk about. Yosh, yeah, I made a mistake. It's not Tosh, it's Yosh. I saw this one yesterday. YOSH. And this is up 26%. I'm trying to see a reason. I don't see any reason. Don't see any reason for this one yet. RDHL was a live one, of course, a few days ago. Nice day yesterday. Did pull back a bit from 270 back down to 220. Popped up again through the 200-day moving average again. Okay, so closed below the 200 yesterday, through the 200 again. Wow, look at this. It got up to 4 something in the pre-market. Another very low float. I think when I checked yesterday, it was either a million or 2 million. So another very low float. Well, GME, guys, GME, big pop up here, 13%. They have earnings next week. I guess a lot of bets are being placed that the earnings are going to be okay. I'm reading something about option activity, some at $22 or so. So anyway, there's GME. Yeah, I'd keep an eye on Cava also. I don't have it down on my list, but Cava, because that was the one that got hammered down yesterday. Big recovery yesterday. It has now just gone basically flat now, up 2 cents. And some, let's see, I think Wainwright has got a William Blair. Let's see, William Blair initiated coverage. I don't see a price. Wainwright's got $25 price target. Yeah, I saw that news about Cava. That was from yesterday, right? Most of that news from yesterday. Thanks for that, Casa, though. Let me keep going. My goodness, so much. Verve, let's see, Verve, VERV, gap down. I guess they did I want to say a financing. I think Real mentioned a $10 financing, maybe. Okay, something's wrong with my headlines here in Interactive Brokers. Let me just see something. Okay, we're back. Okay, BMEA is another gap up, guys. BMEA up 25%, decent volume, pretty low float, 29 million, announces acceptance of 3 abstracts for its novel menin inhibitor, etc. Okay, so this is another diabetes drug, BMEA. I don't have this on my list, but OKTA could be interesting. It's an earnings play. It's interesting because look at the recovery it had. This got down to $64, down to about $64 and popped right back up to 76, back down to 71. So this is an earnings play, OKTA. Big recovery from its low though in the pre-market. So much to talk about. Yeah. Some of the smaller ones, I mean, I know Leslie, LASL has earnings. I just, what do you want to do about that? Wolf has earnings also. BIVI has earnings also. LASL is an all-time low now. FLNC is another earnings play and big gap up on earnings through the 200-day moving average. Foot Locker, another earnings play. Foot Locker, another earnings play. FL. So we got a couple of the FLs, FLNC and FL, a couple of earnings plays. We're around the same price too, 23.47, 26.70, around the same price. So there's Foot Locker. Now, Foot Locker, as I recall, had a downgrade, I believe, yesterday. Now, this to me looks like it's coming into heavy resistance on that weekly chart for FL. I mean, look at that weekly chart. Look at all the action right around the price. Yeah, Las Vegas Sands. I've got this one down here also. LVS. I know Real posted all the information about it. Yeah, Mark Cuban selling his majority stake in his Dallas Mavericks, and LVS is raising some money in order to buy that stake, I guess. Yeah, $2 billion, $2 billion worth of shares of LVS in order to buy the stake, the majority stake in the Mavericks. So let's put some downward pressure on LVS. NTAP is another earnings play. Now, Casa, Casa. You see, what I think I know what you're doing, Casa, being a fellow Canadian and calling it Dragon Deal. NTAP, guys, NTAP is an earnings play. NTAP is an earnings play. NTAP, a big earn. Look at this big gap up on earnings for NTAP. Give me a moment, guys. Well, anyway, I'm assuming, Casa, that you're talking about Dragon Den. Most Americans don't know this, but Dragon Den was actually the precursor of the Shark Tank in Canada. Okay, what else are we having here? BYON. This is another Beyond. GM, by the way, guys. Yeah, so much happening. GM, you got a share buyback. GM, GM, on a big share buyback. Ford is also moving, not because of that, but STLA. So auto parts supplier STLA. Look at this, 95%, almost an all-time high now for STLA. I don't think Cuban was ever on Dragon Den though. It does feel like a face ripper. It does. By the way, congrats to you guys, Shady and anybody else. I know William and Real and all that. But Cava and the other one that just absolutely ripped on this coming off the bottom. Can't remember what the other one was. Maybe it start with an A or something. I can't remember. Too many stocks now, guys, for me to remember. Workday, I mean, man, Workday, another earnings play, WDAY. Another earnings play, WDAY. And the BYON, I should just want to talk a little bit about this BYON. This is another, well, it's in the sector, the automotive sector, BYON. Thank you, William. ATRC. I knew it started with an A, so I got it was 25% right. I mean, there are stocks. I just can't go over them all, guys. ELAB, another one. Let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we've got this morning. So for all the perma bears out there, look out. I mean, interesting. Not very many upgrades. Let me take a look at some of them. There not very many of them, though. GM, Ford, keep making it. Even this QS, this snuck in also just as I was opening the room. QS, Quantum Scape. Yeah, only three upgrades that I can see. I'm sure there were others, but more downgrades, but only three from briefing.com this morning. Okay, I'm getting some of these downgrades in. I see Airbnb has been downgraded. Let me take a look at the share price right now, see how close it is to that downgrade price from Jefferies. Nah, well, they're downgrading it to 140, so it's already at 127. So, all right. Well, Goldman is downgraded, Leslie. Leslie, it's an earnings play today. They've downgraded it to 5. I know it's below that right now. I don't know why they care about that one. All right, guys, some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Nope. As I said yesterday, Eyes, if you're, I know you were in the room yesterday. I said that the Barry 25 would more than likely end last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. And I checked this morning, and yeah, it's no longer valid. You can still get 15% off, but 25% off is over. What are the moving averages? So on my 15-minute chart, Jamie, the blue line is the 10 SMA and the orange line is the 8 EMA. Okay, I know Rio likes the 10S, the 8 EMA, and Steve Gomez likes the 10 SMA. I have them here. It's more out of curiosity. I don't really pay that much attention to it, but and then of course, well, and then on my daily chart, I've got the 200-day moving average. That is a 10 SMA on the SPY. That's a 10 SMA. Okay. All right. Now, so yesterday we did have a positive day. We ended up positive. Of course, today we're having a big, big pop. So just let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, click on new, and then dock to channel bar, show more, sector status. The only one that might not be 100% or okay, so everything is super positive. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy, 95% in green. What does that mean? That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. So as you can see, virtually every sector is at least 50% and higher. But I am way more interested now to see some of these sectors that were hovering around the 200-day moving average. I'm sure XLE now is going to be above it. Yeah, so XLE now, it closed right on it. So it is now above it. I know retail was above it yesterday. I think consumer staples are the only one I just want to look at the ones that I know were below and see how close they're getting. So there's that 200-day moving average. There's the blue line on my daily chart, 200-day moving average. So it is still below. I think healthcare was right around it, or maybe it was moving away from it. No, it was just okay. So healthcare is still below. So we've got two of them, healthcare and consumer staples, still below the 200-day moving average. And let's see anything else. Maybe materials. I think everything else is above. Yeah, materials is above. So I think utilities is I'm sure below. Not by much anymore. Yeah. So utilities again, this is something, when the market is weak, usually people come into utility stocks because they have dividends and all that. But so three of the sectors are below, and that's it. If you look at let's see, VST, okay. Now that it may not show up on my chart because yeah, so you must have clicked on it, right? You must have clicked on it, must be showing up somewhere because typically when you have a blue arrow, here's AI guys. I had an alert set for shoot, I shouldn't have got rid of it. AI. So you can see right there. So this is right now at the high of 4 and 5 days ago. Okay. So it's hard for me to know, Matt, because I don't have that on my chart, VST. Typically, when you see a blue arrow, it means that's the candle in which the alert happened. See if I can go back. Maybe I can find one here. Yes. So okay, Matt, if you can see what I did there, I clicked on GME at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, I clicked on it way back here. You see there's a blue arrow. That's just telling me that's the candle in which the alert happened. Okay. And if you're on a 15-minute chart, it's going to point to the 15-minute candle. If I'm on a 5-minute chart, it's going to point to the 5-minute candle back here. So that's what it means. Okay. Hmm. Okay, somebody might have to help you. I think if you there's a gear here, Don. If you can see my screen, there's a gear, and I think boy, I haven't been asked that question for a long time. I think right beside the pallet. Yeah, if you can see that color, the pallet, then right beside it is detach. Detach the window, the chat window. Okay, if you can see my screen. So if you click on the gear, so you click on that gear, and then there's a pallet, and right beside it is detach chat window. Hopefully that works for you. Let me know if that helped. Mm. So I kept this overnight, guys. This money, MNY. This is in the simulator. Okay. Good. Okay, I'm glad that worked. So VVOS just made a new high, guys, in the pre-market. VVOS just made a new high. Had some news about sleep apnea. FDA clears their oral device for sleep apnea. So there's a few things I didn't go over. I mean, there's just so many. I didn't go over some of these smaller earnings plays. Bivi, BIVI. This is a gap down on earnings, almost a lifetime low. You know, it's so cheap. Um, Leslie, LASL, another one, gapping down on earnings. Fetch, somebody said they canceled. They were supposed to have earnings. Well, it looks like from our provider, it looks like they were supposed to have earnings on the December 7th. December. We're already just about December. US on the move here, guys. A little bit on the move. Quantum Scape is on the move here. Don't see any. Oh, this is okay. So again, this whole sector is on the move. The motor vehicle sector. And this OKTA. See if it starts to fade. This is an earnings play. OKTA is an earnings play. Well, well, I don't. It didn't make a lot of sense to me either, Rumpy, but because I thought it was something else. But it does say motor vehicle and electrical. I mean, that's probably a very energy storage solutions. I don't know. It's how we have it categorized anyway. In the sector. Okay, that's a very broad sector. Yeah, I think didn't they have a downgrade yesterday? Foot Locker rallies after better than feared Q3 results. Sales fall, but beat Wall Street views. So that's the whole thing. So yeah, they're losing money, but not as bad as Wall Street thought. MNY guys, MNY still looks strong. Remember, this still has room to six. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but Fitch getting hammered here now. FTCH all-time low, basically. Farfetch falls as Richemont says it will not invest cash in luxury retailer. Boy, there are a lot of shorts available. Not that I want to short this one at this price, but there are a lot of shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 3.8 million at Interactive Brokers available or FTCH. Foot Locker continues to make highs here. Now, again, let me just zero in on all these. So this is at 27.30, 27.69, 27.15, $28. I'm just looking at all these highs on the weekly chart. I mean, to me, there's just a ton of resistance right here. To me, it might pop right through all this, but I mean, it's already up 14 or 15%. Not a high float, 81 million, not low, of course, but certainly not a high float. And FL may just, burst right through all this. May. So the next high looking left looks like that is 28.01 right there. 27.69, 27.69, and then 28.01. So I'm just going to stick an alert right around 28.10, see if it takes it out or stalls right there. Yeah, try to let things settle down just a little bit. All right, guys, we're now open. There's FLNC, guys. So making market highs. Pre-market high, post-market high was up here at 25.41. Pre-market high was up at 24.90. So this is FLNC, an earnings play, FLNC. Lemonade, LMND. This was pretty active a few weeks ago, I believe. Yeah, this week right there. Very active. Wow, look at the room this has got. Look at the room Lemonade's got, LMND. Foot Locker moving higher. So it's probably, but look at the room Lemonade has got, guys. When you look left on the weekly chart, next high is 23.45. I'm not saying it's getting there, but look at the room this has got. LMND. Just trying to see if there's any specific reason for it other than just, the market. And TAP earnings play, NTAP is an earnings play. Wow, look at MNY, guys, just ripping here still. And there's Foot Locker. So Foot Locker now is at that weekly high, okay? It's at that weekly high. The next high after that is 29.70. Not saying it's getting there. GME just ripping here, guys. GME ripping. Well, the next high, 1631, it's right at that high in the daily chart. After that, 1726. TUA. This didn't see this in the pre-market. TUA. All right. Well, opening bar is green. Okay. I was wondering if we might have a fade to begin, but not at all. NTAP, another earnings play. Another earnings play. NTAP, NTAP moving higher on earnings. There's that quantum scape. QS. Lemonade, LMND. Just mentioned this one keeps moving higher. Look at this QS. What's Bitcoin doing? So Bitcoin's a little bit weak today. HRL, guys. HRL is it earnings? Yes, HRL is an earnings play. HRL is an earnings play. Moving down on earnings, HRL. Look at Cava, guys. CABA. Big recovery again for Cava, CABA. Early, but there is a big recovery for Cava. Well, Foot Locker continues here, guys. FL. Next high again is 29.70. And there's the vvos. It just made a new market high, not a pre-market high. vvos. There's your pre-market high up around 14. Boy, Foot Locker just ripping here. DNA. Just looking at some of these early movers. All right, guys, lemonade, LMND. They just showed up on the option scanner and the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, so pay attention to it. Definitely pay attention to lemonade, guys. LMND. It's early though. It is early, but it showed up on the 10-day daily breakout and also in the option scanner. Look at Cava, guys. CABA. Look at Cava. CABA. Remember RNA from yesterday? RNA from yesterday. I have that thumbnail. That's the only reason I see it. Let's take a look at what's happening with RNA. So I had the big day, but I had a big overall day, but it did sell off from the highs. RNA. So AMC is having a bit of a pop here, guys, whereas GME is actually dropping from its highs. Just keeping an eye on these meme stocks. Keep an eye on lemonade, guys. LMND. It's early, but this is what I'm talking about. Okay. It made it into the option activity scan plus the 10-day daily breakout. The alert was at 1889, but it is early. HRL, guys. HRL on the way down here. HRL, an earnings play. HRL, earnings play. Boy, fast and furious action, guys. Mentioned the AI, took out a level that I was interested in right there. But again, a little early for me. 30.34, almost a dollar from that level. Cava just continues to move. Wish it was 9:45 already. Lemonade guy, boy, this looks interesting. I mean, the longer it holds over 19, look at AI. Next high looking left, 31.75. Moving on me. LMND, guys. LMND. HRL, guys. HRL on the way down on earnings. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. All right. So lemonade actually is giving me a little bit what I wanted, a little bit of a pullback from that pop up, little bit. T-Doc on the move. T-Doc, TDOC is on the move. Wow, big look at this big green candle here. Seed is on the move. So many guys. It's so many. This is another earnings play, guys. AZEK. AZEK is another earnings play. And this has, let's see, the next high looking left. It's 34.66. So it's got a little over a dollar to that next high on the weekly chart. Okay, LILM. This is one of those vertical takeoff and landing plays. Okay, so this is also NRAI. My issue, well, let's get a weekly chart. Take a look at a weekly chart. Where could it keep running to before it hits that next high? Looks to me like there's, between 110 and 120 could be some pretty tough resistance. Oh my goodness, look at OKTA now. I lost sight of it. So OKTA, what a run. A wild time. So this is an earnings play. Got down to $64. And then I don't know how much volume there was up here, but it got up to 76. And now it's starting to fade again. OKTA. Okay, guys, Hurl, HRL, had a little bit of a pull up, but it's right back down now. VVOS is halted on the way down. Okay, seat, SEAT, seat. Look at this move here. So, okay, this is nothing to do. Okay, I thought it might have been the automotive. So, seat now has some room on the weekly chart. Next high is 970, so about a dollar away from the next high on the weekly chart. That is for seat. Okay, now lemonade is sort of settling down a little bit. Okay, LMND, the trigger was at 1889, so it's a little bit above. The big deal about it, of course, well, the next high looking left on a daily chart is looks like around 21. So it still has some room, almost $2 to that next high on the daily chart. HPE on the move here. Another showing up on the option scanner right at 9:45. And let's see, HPE, the next high looking left is not that far away, 20 cents away. So I'm not interested in it. Market still is not fading yet. Not that it's going to, but it's not fading yet. Okay, guys, I'm in the hurl. Okay, HRL, this is an earnings play. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And when I say in the hurl, I'm talking about shorting it. Just wondering why it's not showing up in the option activity. Only 43% are normal right now, anyway. Yeah, Interactive Brokers getting hammered yesterday. Continuation down. Nice recovery though so far. Okay, VVOS just opened and actually it bounced, so got halted on the way down. Okay, Billy BILI is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. This is an earnings play also, and it's almost a lifetime low. All right, we'll move down now for Hurl HRL. Just covered some of the Hurl guys around 30 to 30. Okay, BMEA. Wow, BMEA. Have I missed it? Shoot, I may have missed it. Okay, so lemonade has not really moved that much. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert around 1917 and see if it takes that out later. Even STEM is having a day. STEM. This was an all-time low down here. Wow, look at all these stocks just making new high after new high after new high. FLNC, another earnings play. Again, FLNC making another new high. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just following some of the discussions we're having internally at Trade Ideas. All right. Okay, so I'm continuing to watch this lemonade, guys. I don't want to lose sight of it. It is right back down to the alert price. Okay, I think I'm going to wait to see if it takes out 19. I don't remember this one before. It can be pretty whippy intraday. Now it is showing up on the option scanner and the 10-day daily breakout, but just a little too extended for me to take it. VMEA guys, VMEA just made another new high. And now post-market high was 15. That was yesterday. Did have some news. This acceptance of three aspects, abstracts. Okay, so low float, pretty low float, 29 million in the float. To me, it looks like it's coming into resistance on the daily chart. To me, yeah, great, nice trade of the week for Steve. I'll give him some love tomorrow, even if it doesn't hold. Give him some love tomorrow when he's in our YouTube room. Okay, not easy to come up with one stock every week. The trigger was 1860, so even Pac W is getting into it. PACW. It's funny. It's not like the market is ripping here. It's just it's positive. I mean, NASA's up 130, Dow's up 88. Look at my bouncers toppers, guys. Not one on the bounce. I don't think anyway. Yeah, not one. Now, before I say that, did I accidentally? Nope. So anything in orange is a suggestion to perhaps short. Maybe something that's topped. Anything in blue, which you cannot see because there haven't been any alerts, would be a suggestion to maybe take a look at a bounce play on it. But right now, nothing. COCH. So that got halted. Okay. So that was halted and then it opened. I didn't really see this too much happening, but COCH got halted and then it opened, got halted at 275 at 343 now. It's a bio of some sort. Even Tupperware is getting into the act here. Meme, call it a meme stock. I don't know if they're in chapter 11. I can't remember anymore what's happening with Tupperware, TUP. All right, things have finally settled down. Look at that QS. Mentioned this one right when it was around 6 in the pre-market, right around here. What a move it had. Probably one of the better percentage moves we've seen. MFA, okay, MFA. This is showing up here. Well, I mean, listen, if MFA can take out 11, 12 or so, there is a little bit of room. I'm going to stick a price alert right around 11.12, that high of that weekly candle. If it can take that out, then the next high is around 11.70. So there's a little bit of room if it can take that out. Boy, look at that QS. So the QS now is showing up on the option scanner now. Actually, I'm sorry, that showed up at 947. Okay, here is a potential bouncer, guys, especially if the market's like this. So take a look at BTI. No, I don't think I can do this one. This is a tobacco company. I will not. I'll not go along a tobacco company, but if you, there it is, BTI moving down. Another one was DHT, potential bounce play. So Bivy, I think isn't this not is this not an earnings play also? BIVI? Ah, no, I was thinking of Billy, BILI. Nothing on the way down in the option scanner. Yeah, I don't know if we can believe that. That's a big, yeah, big tail there. I don't know if we can believe that. I saw Pulse up here, PLSE. Didn't see this one in the pre-market really. This is an earnings play. PDCO is an earnings play. Didn't see this in the pre-market. I don't know if it's because there was hardly any volume or something, but boy, it's hard to chase. FLNC, another new high. FLNC, VVOS. Yeah, I'm going to check the another site to check that float information that we've got for VVOS. Yeah, it looks about right. 1 million. Okay, so that is a very low float, VVOS. What's the volume on VM? Are you trying to troll me there? So Great Scott, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't think there are any shorts for me anyway at Interactive Brokers for vvos. No. Scary to short though, with a million in the float. I'm not in anything anymore, guys. I've covered my entire position in the HRL at short, so I'm just nothing right now. However, yeah, well, maybe that was a real bottoming tail. I don't know. So yeah, the market's taking a bit of a dive here, bit of a dive, nothing major. So Fed president, so all these guys now, I mean, I don't remember it being like this. I mean, this has been like this for several weeks though, when some of these guys talk. I don't really remember it being like that, paying that much attention. Well, Kevin, okay, as an example, you can't do it independently. So for instance, if FLNC is showing up here in the abnormal option activity and also here in the momentum scan, you cannot do it independently. Now, let me explain what I mean. So Pepe created this for us a while back. Oh, so this is the 10-day daily breakout and down, okay? And this is the abnormal option activity. So you can see right here in this one down here, if a stock shows up in both of these, okay? So FLNC, you can see showed up here in the abnormal option activity, and it showed up here. So there's a way to combine these two and put them into, a window so that I know now that FLNC showed up in these two, but you cannot, but when I say you cannot do it independently, you have to create a window that has both of these, or a scan that has both of these strategies in the same scan, if that makes sense. So for instance, if I look at this, see, moving higher, but yeah, anyway, that's the only way you can do it, okay? Okay, guys, let's take a look at Nordstrom's JWN. This is potential short, maybe a little late. All right, look at this market. So whatever this guy is saying, market's not liking it. Let me just do something here. Seeking alpha. Well, I thought maybe I've got this thing that shows up in my email before the market opens. I thought maybe it would indicate who is talking. I don't see who's talking. No. Barking. Well, guys, that's why I held off on the lemonade, LMND. I still like it, but that's why I held off. And that's sort of moving with the market. I have my price alert set up here at around 1917. You can see that blue line did not trigger. Putting price alerts for me keeps me out of a lot of choppy trades. In other words, I wasn't going to anticipate that it would take that out and move. It had to take that. It had to hit that price before I'd be interested, and it never didn't do it. Meanwhile, Fluence is just still ripping here, guys. 26.98 is the next high looking left. 26.98 on the weekly chart. 26.98. There's your Foot Locker. Now, interesting. This is showing up in the option scanner on the way down. Now, this is still positive for the day, but it is now taking a big, big drop. Look at that, 28.96 down to 27. Showing up at 27.15 on the option scanner, potential short. Moving really with the market. Yeah, I see NEGG right here. This is in the momentum scan. Now look at what happened with Foot Locker. Well, I'll show it again afterwards, but so NEGG is through the 200-day moving average yesterday, held a little bit above it. So this is one of those real cheap ones. So look at the power of the 200-day moving average for Foot Locker. 29.10 is the 200-day moving average, and it got to 28.96. So not just almost touching it, and it stalled it right in its tracks. Okay, RNA just showed up. RNA just showed up. I was mentioned that one yet a little while ago. This had a big day yesterday. Sold off from the highs. The high of yesterday, it's approaching it. Too close for me. $8. Okay, guys, BKR. Maybe this is getting set for a little bit of a bounce if the market turns around just a little bit. BKR. Okay, BKR. But bounces will not work that well, obviously, if the market's doing this. So I would wait to play a bounce, as long as you get the market a little bit on your side, or at least not moving, like not, you don't want to see another giant red bar, even if it's sort of neutral. Sounds like somebody didn't have a stop, Todd, for your nag, but I'm glad it worked out. So keep an eye on this one, guys. Is BKR. I mean, little green bar here doesn't doesn't have to be. We don't have to see a bunch of green bars. It's just not moving. Like you don't see another red bar coming down. That's all. Pre-market is trading between brokers before the NYSE opens. This is a question in our YouTube room. No, you can trade. I mean, when you say between brokers, I mean, I Interactive Brokers, and we start getting our data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. You can trade. It's not just open to brokers. Anybody. Well, as long as your broker allows you to do it. But I can't see any broker not allowing you. But you can trade the pre-market if you want to. As I say, we start getting our data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Yeah, I missed that reel. I didn't see. I only saw it later on. Not your call on Foot Locker, but the fact that it hit that 200-day moving average. Keeping an eye on this BKR only if the market stops moving down here. I mean, there's a red bar there. It's not a big one, but if it rests and it starts to inch its way back up, this BKR could turn into a bit of a bounce play. Well, Peter, did you hear my response? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Burke. I don't know why I have a Birkenstock. Ha! So this is actually, you know what? A pretty successful IPO. Birkenstock. Not pretty. I mean, we don't see too many IPOs like this now, guys. So there was an IPO back on the week of October 9th, and nice, nice, nice move. The high of that day was 42. Yeah, the same thing with the YumC. Why I'm seeing these, this is in the bouncers toppers, okay? And one of the scans that I am sharing. Remember earlier I was saying we didn't see anything in blue as a potential bounce, okay? Anything in orange. Now I'll bet you that a lot of these have dropped. with the market. A lot of these were topping plays, but this is why I was alerted to the BKR and now the YUMC. But again, bounces. As long as the market keeps moving down, you don't want to try to play a bounce, in my opinion. I mean, it may bounce a little bit, but better to get the market at least neutral or moving for you in that direction. Oh my goodness, look at Yosh. Wow. This showed up on my 10-day daily breakout at 9:32. This is the time, Eastern time, at 6:21, and it got up to $7. YOSH. This is too early for me. But if you're less conservative than I am, you can take a look at these. If you don't mind taking early trades, some of them work out quite well. And again, I just flashed that out. I'm going to go. In fact, I'll do it right now. I'm going to go over my homepage and all the scans that I'm sharing. Now, guys, you're going to see a promo code, but it is not valid anymore. As I mentioned many, many, many times, I said 11:59 p.m. last night, Eastern time. I was pretty sure it would not be valid today, and that's the case. So hopefully you guys were able to take advantage of it, the 25% off, and still get 15% off. So if you click on my homepage link, I know it's going to say 25. It hasn't been changed yet. You can't use that. You'll get an invalid. So if you do want to take on a subscription right now, though, you can use Barry 15. Okay, Barry 15. You'll get 15% off the first month. Now, if anybody out there wants a yearly subscription, I can get you a 25%. So if you're sitting there with a monthly and you want a yearly subscription, I can get you a 25% promo. Okay. So just have to let me know. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. This is a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve, okay? But this helps a lot, I think. It'll only take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. You should do that at least to begin. Trading 101, this is a series of videos. If you are new to trading, I think this is an excellent resource for you. It is free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Now look at look at these now. Beyond and Lemonade now showing up. Look at B. So they're now showing up on the way down. Stock of the day video that I do. It is free. Now, trade of the week. Now, my guess is that path is probably dropping now just because of the market. Come on. Yeah, so it's more or less following the market right now. The path is the trade of the week. The trigger was excuse me, 1860. So you can sign up for it. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. And that was a really good one. I mean, 1860 to 2011. How you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. So if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. I have a great user guide. There's the getting started again. If you want a little more detail about what an alert window is and what a top list window is, and price alerts that I use all the time, that kept me out of the lemonade. Okay, LMND, it kept me out of the lemonade because my price alert did not trigger. There's the getting started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. I will confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I take my break so you can head over and listen to Jamie. I think it's a good idea. We have, 5 days of the week. We have five different traders that take over for me between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. We all have different trading styles. And before I talk about my scan, so the only thing I ask is that if at some point in time you do decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Again, this is not valid right now, but Barry 15 is valid for 15% off. The reason to use my promo code is the room is free. We're trying to keep it that way. So the more people who use my promo code, then the company knows that the marketing, et cetera, is working in the room. The now it doesn't. You don't have to do it today, tomorrow, next week, next year, but whenever, just use my promo code. Okay, that's all I ask. It'll really help to keep the room free. And now my scan. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, and here are the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market, or a lot this morning. Of course, we had many actives up, pre-market actives up. We had some, of course, pre-market actives down. These are basically the gappers in the pre-market. Okay, there's the halts resumes over here, the momentum scan, Momo up here, and then the abnormal option activity is right here. And I'm going to go over some of these scans. So if you're wondering, if you load one of my scans and you're kind of wondering, what is this looking for actually? Give me a moment. Jamie's listening to me. So it is him today. So thank you, Jamie. Okay, so this scan right here called Momo, let's take a look at it. What is it looking for? So if I right click on it and click on configure and then summary, many screening programs out there that you can purchase. Okay, but what we're excellent at, real time alerts. Okay, so in this particular scan, this is the screening aspect of the scan. So I'm looking in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume is three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Minimum of 100,000 shares. Volume, this is why it's called momentum, because the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. This is why these warrants for Hertz. The last one was at 10:26 Eastern Time, 473. That's the last time anything met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day at 10:26. Now, I am a momentum trader, meaning that I like to see stocks near the high and the low of the day. Okay. And if you like that idea, but maybe you look at this scan and you thought, well, I like the idea, but I don't like that price range. No problem. You can always change any one of these filters if you want. I'll go. I clicked on the icon. Now I hear all my values. So if I click on or go to the price, change it from 1 to 10, click on the summary, see how it's changed. Now, again, this is not a crash course on how to use trade ideas. Okay, I'm just showing you, giving you an overview. All of this is in the guide. So of course you can take my scan and adjust it if you want. Otherwise, you just keep it as it is. If you do want to create your own scans, of course you can. This time I'll right click on the momentum scanner, click on configure again, but this time I click on search. So if you're in this room for the first time, and by the way, welcome, welcome to the room. If you are in the room for the first time or this week, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Woof, guys, this is an earnings play. Woof is just now making another new low. Woof, WOOF. So when you click on the search, excuse me, these are all the real-time alerts that we have, starting off with the two most popular, the new high and the new low of the day. Please don't get hung up on how many we've got. You scroll down through them and you might be looking at all these and think, I have no idea what any of them mean. Therefore, this program is too hard for me. No, no, no. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. I only use a handful of them. I don't know, probably 90% of them. And if I scroll down and see these icons, these are all the filters, screeners that we've got. Again, you don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a complicated programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could, if they wanted to, create a scan, okay, by combining them. So don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. If you're new to trading, I'm going to go over this a little bit, why you should practice trading using our screener. And if you have any sort of trading experience, sure, you can go through and just kind of scroll through them and you might see an alert, a real-time alert that you're familiar with, or a filter that you're familiar with, and you can use them. But don't get hung up on how many we've got. Yeah, this is showing up on my bouncers toppers actually, but now this, I mean, if, okay, this can remain green. Look at the quantum scape. Oh, brother, this is probably one of the better moves, guys, on a percentage basis. You know, if you're a little more aggressive than I am, and taking this sort of towards the open of the market around 620. And this is in the automotive sector, GM, Ford, STLA, QS. Now, I am an intraday trader. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, I'm usually in and out of a stock. Basically, I'm not a swing trader. So the idea for me, of course, is I want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. If I'm going to intraday trade them, they have to be trading abnormally. So how do I do that? Well, one of the great filters we've got is the relative volume filter. So you look at QuantumScape right now, QS at 8.24. What does that mean? It means that up to this time of day, which is just a little after 10:30 Eastern time, it is trading about 8 times normal. Normal meaning a baseline. I think it's a 14-day baseline. What did it normally do over the last? It is a little more involved than that, but to make it really simple, just think of it this way: it's just trading 8 times normal, what it normally does up to 10:30. So that's obviously a way to find stocks that are trading abnormally, volume wise. The other thing I do is now I want to see stocks that are trading abnormally, option wise. Now I don't trade options, but if I can combine them, so I can see, now it doesn't have to be, I mean, they don't have to be trading options for me to take the trade. But if I see a stock that is trading abnormally, volume wise, and also option wise, I really want to pay attention to it. So you can see right here, I'm actually surprised. This trades a lot of options. I mean, 35,000 contracts today. That is 340% of normal, 3.4 times normal. Okay. So coupled with the actual volume being abnormal and the option volume being abnormal, this is why a stock like this should be followed all day long. And my minimum now, if you when you look at this, and the way I've color coded it is that if it's light blue, this is a suggestion to go long, and if it's brown, it's a suggestion to short. Okay. And again, the program is called Trade Ideas. It doesn't mean just because I get the idea here that I just pile into the trade. A lot more goes into trading, of course. I have to check out the pattern. What is it doing? Awesome short that I'm not in. So the filters I've got in here, the minimum, okay, and there are other filters, of course, price range and minimum absolute volume, and even I have the relative volume filter is in here also. But stock has to be trading at least 500 contracts, and that has to represent at least 150% of normal, or 1.5 times normal. So that's why you see BYON, 9,200 contracts, 182%. That's why it's showing up here. There are other filters here, but you know, for it to be in the option scanner, that has to happen. At least 500 contracts and 1.5% of 150% of normal. And if you're new to trading and you want to practice trading, which I cannot emphasize enough, if you're new to trading, do not start to trade until you've practiced trading. You can use our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't need a broker. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, you can use our simulator. All you need is our standard service. Uses our real-time data. So when you click on an alert, GLBS as an example, and the symbol will show up in the box here. If you click on this box, the blank box, you'll see you can pick. This is the number of shares that you can trade, or of course you can type in the exact number you want. Here's the bid and ask. So if you wanted to take this right now, let's just do it. I'll just show you mechanically how you do it. I would never take this right now. I'd wait for maybe a 203 break. That's pretty interesting, maybe. But I'll just mechanically, I'm just going to show you how you do it. I'll take a couple hundred shares, 300 shares. I mean, the spread isn't great, but I'll just buy it and send it. Okay, now I'm in the trade. It should show up anytime now. Maybe I didn't click it hard enough. No, I didn't click it hard enough. Okay, do it again. Click buy, send. There we go. Okay, so I'm in this trade. Okay, right at 201. That's how easy it is. I'm not going to go into account management right now. I might do it this afternoon, but you should have a stop, of course, if this trade doesn't. If any trade you get into, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Unfortunately, not every trade works. So you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade so you don't blow up your account. I'm going to get out of this trade because I just wanted to show you mechanically how it's done. And to get out of a trade, you just flatten it. So if I were in a series of trades here, I would just highlight the one I want to get out of and I flatten it, and that gets me out of the trade. Yeah, that Cava now, guys, yeah, is over 15. Somebody pointed that out. It was approaching 15. It's been a little bit choppy, but it is definitely trading on its own now. It's not following what the market's doing, doesn't care what the market's doing. Look at, I mean, it did for a bit, but so Cava is, the longer this holds over 15. Yeah, VVOS looks like it's could getting poised again. This is halted again. Let's take a look at to see where it could open. No, no big clue. So this is time and sales. This blue screen you see here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can't see the symbol, but this is VVOS halted at 1251. On this column here is showing the potential open. Look at RNA over 8 now. So this is showing the potential open. So it's no big clue. A lot of times you're going to see, a stock quite or this column will show prices quite a bit different from the halt price, either higher or lower. But this is not really giving us any clue where it could open. Now, if you're unused to or unfamiliar with halts and resumes, typically a stock, usually they're 5-minute halts. So if that's the case for VVOS, it'll open at 10:44 plus 29 seconds. Okay. And they're halted. It's called a volatility halt, basically going up too fast in a short period of time. Okay. And a computer program kicks in and it just halts it, sort of pausing it, catch your breath. So what you're seeing here with the MNY, this is something I took yesterday in the simulator and got out of it today, this morning, for $355 profit in the simulator. And that's the MNY. And that leads me into the next segue, I suppose. You can practice swing trading using this. So if you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then that's how you can practice swing trading. Now, SWTX has showed up. SWTX has showed up. And yeah, maintain a buy at Goldman. Oh boy, $52. $52 from Goldman. That is their, well, this could get interesting. Look left. 3128 is the next high looking left. Now, there is a daily high that you can't see. That's what that red line is. Let me just eyeball it. I got right into it, I think. Whoa! So VVOS, you see, too bad. So there, remember it said 1250, but it did when it opened, it got up to 1352. But this is all over the place, guys. Be awfully careful. All over the place. No, if you're in a halt, Peter. So the question was, can you cancel an order? Well, you can cancel you can, yeah, I mean, you can cancel an order. You can't get out of the trade if that's what you mean. But if you had an order, say, just say for argument's sake, this is halted at VVOS was halted, and you put an order in to buy it at 13, and then as it was getting closer to it, you thought, now I want to cancel that order. Yes, but if you're in the trade, you can't cancel it. So I don't know if that's what you meant. That's why it can be a little bit nerve wracking if you're into something that gets halted when you're in it. It'd be a little bit nerve wracking. Usually the first halt is pretty good. Guys, this looks like 28, 25 or so is the high. Or 28.18. So I'm just going to stick a price alert right there. That's where it got you. I'm going to stick a price alert for SWTX at 28.20. That is the high, I believe, right around that. And if it can take that out, then the next high in the weekly chart is 31. And Goldman is all over this one, raising it to 52 from 47. HTOO, guys, HTOO, another. Boy, look at this. This is all so be careful, guys. This is only a million in the float, okay? On the vvos. If anybody takes this one, do not wander away from your computer, even for like 2 seconds, because it's going to have this. I mean, yes, it's looking awesome right now, but it can have a huge drop too. So just be awfully careful. I guess it's just made a new. Well, no. Well, this is pre-market. Pre-market high is 14. I think it just got halted again. I think it's going to get halted again right now. Yeah. Just got halted again. All right, let's take a look at HTOO. Pepe, we've got a few that are showing up in the combo scan. Same thing though. Look at this. It's right at the I could back this out and I could see it. There it is. Okay. There's the high right there. 164. It takes that out. 180. So I just don't find it's got enough room for me. And when I say room, I'm talking about when I look left, where could it go to until it hits that next high? Now, again, this should be one of my first statements. I sort of rebranded the room, if you will. This is the trading and support room. Okay. Trading and support. So if you have questions, you can ask questions all day long. Don't feel like you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that requires 100% of my concentration, I'll let you know. But otherwise, you can ask me questions all day long. Well, let's take a peek to see where this one could open. VVOS. So the same thing, a little bit above. So there's the VVOS, halted at 1388. Again, blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Your broker should have something similar. If it doesn't, fire your broker. But seriously, I mean, this tells me the halt price and where it could open. Well, again, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Oh, where is it? It's just time and sales. So if you click on File, New Window, so File, so excuse me, in the toolbar, we'll call it, just click on File and then New Window, and then a big pop-up will happen, and then go to Time and Sales, scroll down to where you see Time and Sales, another pop-up will happen, and I just picked the first one. I don't even know what multi-instrument means. I just pick time and sales. Okay, so click on File from Interactive Brokers, click on File, scroll down until you see New Window. When you hover over New Window, a big box pops up. Scroll down until you see Time and Sales, and then another box will pop up. Just click on Time and Sales. Okay, I don't know what you mean, but what's the name? This is it? Next, well, that's the next best bid and offer, but that's not what I've got. Maybe you clicked on multi-instrument. All you need is this. Oh, I see. Yes, yes, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, this is it. That's what it means. Next best bid offer. That's what it means. Sorry. Yeah, 1419, 1423. And of course this changes. There's nothing written in stone, as I say, I have to say every time. So I mean, this could on the open, this could rip once it starts resuming. Starts resuming. Once it resumes, wow, what a monster move here now. And I think this could get halted again. I think this is going to get halted again. I can tell because this bid ask it ain't moving. Just give me one moment, please. See, it's not moving. Okay, guys. Yeah. So it was pretty easy to predict this was going to get halted because when you have something that is so fast moving, and then you see the bid and the ask, not now, but before, not moving. It was 1602, 1603. Almost for sure it's going to get halted. Not necessarily, Peter. I mean, this is again, because the question is, are multiple halts and ups indicative of trend continuation? I mean, the first halt can be pretty good. The second halt can be pretty good. In other words, still in advance. The third halt can sometimes mean look out. Okay, that could be where there was a lot of profit taking. That's not scientific. Okay, it's just sort of what we've seen since we got this filter or this scan in place. I don't know how many years ago. Jamie might know, but that's kind of what we've noticed that the first time a stock gets halted, usually it's pretty good. Meaning when it opens, it's usually above the halt price. The second time, usually okay, maybe not as good as the first time. It's the third one that can be worrisome. But again, that is not. There's no science behind it. It's just kind of what we've been able to see just out of seeing many 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 halts or zooms. Okay, here's another one showing up. My goodness, look at all these things showing up. PSTG just showed up now. Wow. Now, if this can take this high out right there, which looks like 38.19. Oh man, you got to watch this one, guys. Next high looking left on this one, PSTG, is 30. I thought it was actually higher, 38.58. No. PSTG. Okay, guys, bounce plays now. Bounce plays. Look at the market. Let's take a look at some of these ones. Have they bounced at all? NTAP. My goodness, look at this. NTAP is ripping here now. This is an earnings play, not quite a lifetime high. I'm a veteran. Well, trading a few years, yes. Well, if you're listen, our DHL, this had a high of over $4 in the pre-market. It's halted. It's halted. Our DHL just got halted. I would say this is a pretty good 3-day run. 30 cent stock, a 10 bagger. This is the 32-cent stock, 30-cent stock. 3 days ago, and tons of volume. Liquidity is huge. All right, VVOS obviously just opened, guys, and very, very whippy. Look at this, right back down to 15. It popped up to 1665, got right back down to 15. Look at this time in sales. This is how rapid the stock is trading. Rapidly, the stock is trading. Doesn't trade. I'm sorry, it does trade options. 923 contracts. That's 57 times normal, which makes sense. Look at the relative volume, 479 times normal in terms of the volume, 57 times normal when it comes to option volume. Whew. All right, actually, it's settling down a little bit, right around 15 now for VVOS. Famous last words. I was actually hoping it would. Yeah, it's so whippy, guys. Just be awfully careful. And you hear me talk about the float all the time. It's the only reason a stock can be up 250% is because of this float. This float is about around a million shares. For me, anything under 20 million and under, for me, is what I would consider low float. So the lower that number, the more crazy you can see these percentage moves. Just think of the float as being the supply. And for whatever reason, in this particular case, there was a press release or a news release about their sleep apnea device. Whether we think it works or not doesn't really matter. That's all that matters is that the market cares today to get into it. So you've got high demand, low supply, and that's what can happen. Like any other commodity on earth. But by the same token, when the demand dries up, in other words, when the volume really starts to dry up, oh man, they can just sink like a stone too. And 1 million in the float is, insanely low. This is a stock that's obviously done a bunch of reverse splits over the years. Man, what a fast morning. Amazing. My only trade today was a short of HRL earlier. Now, you know what's coming back is lemonade. So maybe later on in the day, excuse me, this was and why am I so fixated on it? Because when you look left, there's all sorts of room. Even if you look left on the daily chart, $21 is the next high. And on the weekly chart, way up here, LMND, but this has been really choppy. And it's not a crazy low float, 49 million in the float, but look at Cava. Boy, it's been a choppy one also. Well, when you start seeing the volume start to dry up a little bit, Peter, that's when you can start to see something maybe fizzling. See, the volume has been, still really, but finally, and this is not shortable for me. No, not shortable for me. But you just got to be really careful, in any one of these very low floats. If you're new to trading, I mean, I know it looks awesome. Man, I could have gone in at 10 and it's at 15. It looks awesome, but not easy. Now look what the market's doing. Okay, so the market is now in a bit of a chop fest for the last almost hour. Up, down, topping tails, bottom tails. Well, after that big red candle, the 10 o'clock red candle, The market has just been sort of chopping around a bit. Okay, let's take a closer look at this RNA, guys. Where could it go? Hmm, 825 and 838 are the next highs. Just maybe a little too close for me. Aha. Okay, now let's take a look at the SWTX. Now we're going counter to the market if we're going to take this, okay? The market, but it's all about this the Goldman upgrade to $52 from 47 for the SWTX. And of course, looking left, it's got a ton of room on the weekly. 6 times normal volume right now. Okay, guys, I'm keeping my eye on the SWTX. I don't like what the market's doing. Now, this is it's a bio, so I mean it, but I don't like what the market is doing. I'm going to reset my alert up here for SWTX. Yeah, I mean, Peter, I don't use trailing stops. I'm only in one or two trades at the same time. I like to manage my exits. Okay, so I typically don't use trailing stops. But yeah, I'm just I'm following what you can't see. I've got my anything I'm in is thumbnailed, so I'm keeping an eye on it, and I kind of a little bit of feel when I'm going to get out of something, take something off. And of course, yeah, I mean, my stops are always being raised. Wow, look at the vvos. Oh man, I toyed with the idea around that 15, but I didn't do it. Man, look at this market now. Look at this big red bar in the market now. So now, if you're, I mean, it should be obvious. If you're going to take, wow, see, this doesn't care. I mean, this is an alpha stock, obviously. Doesn't give a rip about what the market's doing. But if you're in a stock that more or less tracks the market, obviously you're probably not doing well right now. Well, every time you think that you'll never see another one like this again, another one like this happens again. There's the vvos up almost 300% now. Look at GoDaddy. My goodness, GoDaddy is completely counter to the market. This is an all-time high. GoDaddy, GDDY. I was interested in this. I think this day is what I was, and it just kind of chopped around all day long. This was 4 days ago, I guess. Notice that breakout. This was, I think this was an earnings play. No, it was not an earnings play, but it broke out. I think in a different market, this SWTX would be just ripping. I mean, it's up 14%, but I think in a different market, if this weren't doing this, we'd probably see an even bigger move for SWTX with that big Goldman upgrade. Still looks good. I mean, you can see Lemonade is basically trading with the market. Remember this? It looked like it was pretty good again, but look at this big topping tail, the sell-off, basically corresponding to that. I mean, it's not a red candle, but this was green all the way up here. And now it just sold off. Meanwhile, VVOS just made another new high. One of the things is, I mean, it's probably for most brokerages, certainly for me at Interactive Brokers, no shorts available. So there's no downward pressure on shorting. People piling in to short this. There's no downward pressure in that regard. Look at this stock. Earlier this week was a $4 stock. Well, actually, yesterday. Well, here's another V stock. Let's see. Maybe people are going to get confused. VVOS, VTVT. Let's take a look at this one. Now, this one, 1520 is the next high looking left. So to me, again, just too close. Look at the weekly chart. Look at all the potential areas it could stall. Excuse me. So just because it's showing up here, well, so the market is still up. Okay. I mean, the Dow is, or SPY's up a little bit. Dow's up a little. NAS is up a little, but really fading badly. All right, guys. Just not getting another, haven't had a new alert for a minute. So, a little more aggression on my part. Look at the VVOS showed up on the 10-day daily breakout and the abnormal option scanner, 1044. Price was 1285, 1876 now. Take a look at some of the other ones. Now, this is the lemonade. Lemonade did pop a little bit, but no, would not call that obviously not a big pop. Got up to 1940 from 1889. BMEA 1345. What did it? Wow. I mean, look at this. 1492. QS 669. I don't think that moved that much. Come on, charts. Yeah, not that much up to six. Wow. Again, VVOS. FLNC 25.95. Let's see where it got up to. A dollar? No, not quite a dollar. About 60 cents. And of course, this one is crazy. And then how about the HTOO? What did it do from the alert? Not bad, up to 180. So this is the don't repeat version, okay? This is why I like to see this because I can kind of click on the alert. This is the first time we had the alert. The time, it tells me the time, it tells me the price, and then I can click on it and say, well, what did it do? Or find out what did it do from then? Okay, looking at a couple of things showing up in the bounce scanner. So this actually did bounce a little bit, but again, tough to play a bounce when the market's doing this. Now GM is dropping. Okay, so I mean it's still up for the day. GM is dropping, so let's keep an eye on this STLA. The only issue I've got is that the next low looking left is 2159 on the 15. I wish it were more down here. I think this is an earnings play, guys. NAT. Yeah, this is an earnings play. NAT out of another tax haven stock out of Hamilton, Bermuda. All right, where is the next low looking left for this NAT? NAT. A lot of shares available for me. 8.5 million at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, so 380 is the next low. Obviously, that's too close to that 387, so I'm not interested. If I could look left and I saw maybe the next low was 340 or 350, maybe I'd get interested in a potential short, but just not interested. This one's got a little bit of room still, PDCO. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is 25.60. So that's about $1 away. This is an AI alert from our AI. The alert was at 27.12. Oh, yeah. Most of these crazy ones that go absolutely crazy. Yeah, there's usually they're bios of some sort. In this particular case, this is a device, but yeah, in the medical field, call it. You're not usually going to get these crazy moves with in other sectors. Any indications of another nice run for RDHL? Well, let's take a look at it. I know it's had a pullback. We're asking a lot though, right? I mean, this was a 30-cent stock 4 days ago, 3 days ago. So I mean, yeah, anything could happen. It's got to hold the 200-day moving average. There it is, 236. It almost got down to it, but there's no indication it's going to go on another run. The only thing is, it did get up to $4 pre-market, but right now it's very choppy. But I mean, I can't predict it's going to have another run. The only thing I can say is that all these people that were down in this one for weeks and weeks and weeks underneath a dollar, they're going to be awfully happy now, depending where they bought it in the first place, though. But there's no indication it's going to go on another run. No. Well, I think this is probably gonna tend with the high of the day at some point, so I'm gonna stick an alert at 1954. Now, when I say that, I don't know for sure. But the way it's trading, I mean, look at the volume. The volume is not abated whatsoever. Volume is still super strong. Believe it or not, I mean, if this hangs around this area and later on in the day it takes out that high, believe it or not, you're gonna get a lot of traders interested, probably interested. All right, so NAS has now gone slightly negative. Dow is still up a little bit. The SPY is basically flat with this big sell-off here. This is sort of the reverse of my favorite day. I love to see the big gap downs pre-market and then a rally over the course of the day. This is sort of the reverse happening. Big pop in the pre-market and then a sell-off. Hey, this could be interesting. This GFL guys underneath the whole number. See if it moves more and more with the market. 2.8 times normal volume. Doesn't trade options really. I mean, it does, but nothing really to speak about. I'm actually very surprised. I mean, look at all the stocks that have hit the abnormal option activity scanner. Now, this, during earnings season, this got loaded, and we're not in earnings season really anymore. But look at all these ones that are hitting the abnormal option scanner today. Somebody was asking earlier about how to focus. If you just focused on the ones hitting the abnormal option activity scanner and didn't look at anything else, that would really whittle down the number of stocks that you're going to look at. Today is a bit of an anomaly. You don't usually get this many. You guys were talking about VRT. I was kind of watching it, and it did take out that low, 41.33. So the next low looking left is 30, about 40, call it 40. So there is still room for VRT. And you can just see, I mean, basically moving right with the market. So are you asking, did we catch it in terms of seeing it, HKD? Well, we all saw it. Now, did anybody catch it and get out of it at $2,500? I have no idea. I know I didn't. Question in our YouTube room. Okay, so what I'm looking for now is, just even something like this even. I mean, just something that not another giant red candle. If I'm going to try to play a bounce or go long anything, I want to have the market at least not going completely against me. Doesn't have to be a giant green candles, but just something that says, okay, let's pause for a while. It's just a trade, trading pennies. Yeah, we're not looking at fundamentals at all for VVOS. It's just a trade. Anybody who's in it, they're not looking, to say, well, this is I'm going to retire on this. It's just a trade. What do I consider massive? So it's not the volume; it's the relative volume, Marty. I don't care about the volume. It's the relative volume. Okay. I always use poor Apple as as an example. It's traded 14 million shares. Relative volume is only 0.83, meaning it's not even it's slightly less than normal. I don't care about the absolute volume. I'm more interested in the relative volume. What is it doing today relative to what it normally does up to this time of day? Now, it's got to have a minimum volume, of course. I don't want to see something that is trading 10,000 shares, which could be 100 times normal. Okay. Obviously, I had to have some kind of a minimum volume, but it's not the absolute volume, it's the relative volume. So most of my scans, for instance, this scan, and this is why we don't see too many stocks here. This scan has a relative volume minimum with other filters, of course, but a relative volume minimum of 8 in both of these. That's why we don't see too many here. In the option scanner, the minimum volume is 3, but it's also coupled with the minimum option volume, relative volume, okay? This one is a little more wide open. I think I have 3. This is just to maintain interest during the day because, I mean, sometimes, I don't get too many in the option scanner, and I don't get too many here. So, I may not get a new alert for a long time on a typical day. So that's why I have this momentum scan up here also, just to keep the interest, to check to see if anything crazy is happening. But because this one, I think it's only got a 3 relative volume. Yeah, 3. So again, it's not the absolute volume, it's the relative volume. So all my scanners are at least 3. And that's why when you look at this VVOS, it has a absolutely crazy relative volume, 467. But I'm not going to scan for that. I'm not going to say, oh, I only want to see the ones, 400 and above, but that is a crazy relative volume, 467. That's my minimum, Marty. 3 in certain scans. But as I say, in the breakout scans, it's got to be 8. Man, I wish this had more room. This is so great looking. This RNA. It's just that I look left and I just see all the areas it could. It's probably going to drive me crazy. Well, that's what happens, Peter, when the buying dries up. These low floaters can just absolutely collapse. And if all of a sudden the interest is dries up on VVOS, you know, that's when it could start to collapse. You don't have to see a high volume. All right, keep an eye on the SWTX. I mean, it's kind of moving with the market. It hasn't had a big collapse like the market, but SWTX is, kind of following the market a little bit. And again, the obviously the interest because of the Goldman upgrade to 50. Well, even we even have more upgrades. $73 from 64 by Wainwright. Now, if you're listening to me and you're looking at it, well, wait a minute. This is a $28 stock. These guys are saying it's going to get here. No, I mean it could happen, but doubtful, that it's going to get to 73. But what happens though, on the day you see these things, this is what can happen. You can get a 14% run. Goldman is probably the more key one though. $52 from 47. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but of course, on the day you see something like that, you're probably going to get some activity. And I think if the market had not done all this, we may have seen an even bigger run. I mean, it's up 14%. And it's not a high float, 48. It's not crazy low, but so look at Las Vegas Sands. I mean, it basically has moved with the market. They like red that green bar right there, big green bar right now. All right, guys, in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. What a super fast morning. Well, stock can do anything. I mean, the volume usually, I mean, for a stock to be moving higher, usually, it has to have some volume accompanying it. Usually, this is why in the momentum scan, you can see a lot of stocks that might be consolidating, and then all of a sudden they have a pop, and you look and you see there's hardly any volume, and it could come right back down. So, usually a price increase usually has some volume associated with it, not all the time. So, I mean, can a stock go up even though the volume isn't great? Of course. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. But to maintain an increase, usually, I mean, just think about it. I mean, the volume is just the enthusiasm about getting into the stock, right? More and more people enthusiastically getting into the stock. And that usually enthusiasm equals price increase. Now, once that dries up, once the volume dries up, that's when you start to see a lot of profit taking. You can see a lot of profit taking, not all the time. Javier, oh, you're very welcome. Trading is not easy, guys. That's why, we always say practice first, practice in the simulator. Boy, look at this VVOS. There's no give up yet. Man, this I'm a little surprised at the SWTX. I thought maybe it would have a bit of a run now that the market's putting in a bit of a green bar. Still hanging around that 28 mark. So, I mean, if you're into swing trading, and again, I'm certainly not recommending on the SWTX, but wow, look at I'm certainly not talking about VVOS. Okay, not at all. But this SWTX, I mean, it has that look. It's got some room. Never mind the price targets that have been put on it, but it's got some room, but it's all about, okay, if you took this, where are you going to put your stop? And the BMA, I mean, this one, I mean, it's not quite as wild as the VVOS. This, I think, is an it is not. Thought it was also an earnings play, but it is not coming. Now, listen, if this gets through this area right there, 1525, look left on that weekly chart, our daily chart. The next highs are around 1624. I mean, this still has some room, believe it or not. And that's the BMEA. And this had some room. Sorry, some news. Something about, I think, is this the one that with the abstracts? I think this is the one that said they had three abstracts or something like that. Yeah, right here. No, I'm sorry, that's the 16th. So I could have sworn they had something about presenting three abstracts. I think this has something to do with diabetes, maybe? Diabetes, yes. So again, BMEA showed up on the abnormal option scanner plus the 10-day daily breakout. First alert was at 9:47, 13:45. So almost $2 from that alert. And I honestly have no excuse because the alert happened at 9:47. I don't like to take trades in the first 15. So I honestly really don't have an excuse for not being in this other than being distracted. But that's the reason, guys. I share my scans. You don't have to tell you what to buy or sell. If it meets your trading style or plan, you can look at my scans. If it makes sense for you to take the trade, take it. If it doesn't, don't. But don't, you don't have to listen to me for me to say, take this trade. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Jamie is not there yet, but he'll be there in about probably a little over 10 minutes from now. It's 11:47 Eastern time. Excuse me. So I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, and you can head over to listen to Jamie. Now, Jamie, I coined the term scalpus supremus. Okay, so he is a scalper. I mean, he does other things, don't get me wrong, but he is a scalper. Sometimes he'll take trades, take a lot of shares, maybe only make 2 or 3 or 4 cents a trade. Okay, but he's got a certain style. So if you're into that, you can certainly head over to our YouTube room between 12 and 1. He does other things too, don't get me wrong. That's why I'm saying it's always a good idea, I think, to head over to YouTube when I take my break because we have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. We all have different trading styles. Hey guys, now Cava is starting to swoon a little bit here. Bit of a tailspin. Now Steve Gomez. He loves that 10 SMA, and there's the 8 EMA. Now this is, it is looking at pre-market data, so he loves that to see whether or not it'll hold. And at 1477, it appeared not to hold it. And the next low looking left is all the way down to almost 14. Yeah, down to 14 actually. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this BMEA to see if it gets back over 15. What's the float on that one? Yeah, so it's a pretty low float. Not crazy low, but it is certainly low. Okay, guys. So as I wait for Jamie to show up, just kind of again watching the SWTX. See if it gets back over 28 again. Do I use the EPS? Yeah. So the question is, do I use the EPS filter in most of my scans? I do. It's just a hack. Okay. I call it a hack. So if you only want to see stocks and you don't want to see ETFs at all in your scans, you can do something like this. Right click, configure. I'm going to click on the summary. Notice there's the EPS filter. Okay. So you can do a search on it. If you want to search, you can search EPS. Okay. And there it is. You can add the filter, but I don't have to add it because it's already there. But let me just go back, explain how to use it. So only ETFs don't have earnings. Okay. So if you put, say, in the min 0.001 and in the max minus 0.001, this will restrict your scans to only show stocks. Okay. You will not see ETFs. Sometimes it does filter out some stocks. Okay. Notice that some Israeli stocks, I mean, I don't, I can't tell you for sure, but there were some stocks, I haven't seen too many in the last little while, but there's sometimes it'll pick up actually a stock. And usually they're foreign stocks, could be an Israeli stock. But for the most part, it works very well. So if you don't want to see ETFs, you can use this. I call it a hack. And in this one, I may not use it. Let me just see. No, I still have it here. But obviously, the VVS was showing up, VVOS, I should say, showing up. No, this is not an Israeli stock. Yeah, I notice it's every now and then some stock wouldn't show up, but I mean, I'd rather, I don't care on the odd chance that you might miss one. I just don't want to see ETFs, so I don't think it's such a big deal that every now and then, I can't remember one in the last several months that has not showed up that I thought should have. No, there are no earnings. No earnings for ETFs. Even though, yeah, a lot of them have a basket of stocks, but no, there are no earnings per share for an ETF, even though they're a basket of stocks, or they are a basket of stocks. Exactly, Marty. It's to me, it's an excellent trade-off. Okay, I mean, I'm not saying it'll never happen that you'll miss something because of that ETF filter, but it's rare. Now, I'm going to just put my alert in here. Not my alert, but my message. Jamie is going to show up soon. And all I have to do is say I'll wait for Jamie and I'll take my break, and there he is. Jamie!
Barry.
Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, guys.
Sure.
So is in the YouTube room right now. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. I'll see you guys back in about an hour, about 1 o'clock. Jamie. So what did you do? I'm sure you did not get into vvos, but maybe you did.
Can you hear me, Barry?
I can. Yes, I can.
Okay, sorry. VVOS. No, I saw that one, but I was like, yeah, talk
Yeah.
about a small float. That's what we would call a micro float right there.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
actually checked another website, and sometimes our provider, it's hard to say what is accurate and what is not checking 10, but I did check another website that I'm pretty comfortable at thinking that they're pretty bang on most of the time. Bottom
Yeah.
line is it was the same float, about a million.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
So,
and the price action kind of verifies that as well, you know?
oh, for sure. How can a stock be up? Well, at one point up three. I'm serious though. I mean, if this takes out the high of the day later on in the day, I may actually take it.
Yeah, you know,
1954. You know how it
let
works.
it set up. Uh-huh, for
Yeah.
sure, for sure. Now, did you play with this one at all today, Barry? Woof.
No, I didn't. I know it's an earnings play, and I know it's in fact it's now showing up on one of my scans. It is an earnings play. No, I didn't.
Yeah, that one was pretty fun to get short today. You know what's funny is you got woof, 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 and then you have wolf,
Yeah.
and then I think you even have wolf.
Woke.
So it's like, which wolf are you talking about? Is it
Yeah,
woof,
exactly.
wolf, or wolf? You know?
Yeah. Oh, the W. Yeah, 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 yeah. No,
Yeah.
I didn't. It was too cheap for me.
Right.
I really haven't shorted a really cheap one. I know you don't care because you'll take a bunch of shares and try to get maybe a few pennies out of it. I'm
Yeah.
not, I'm just not, I'm just don't do that. So it would have to move quite a bit for me to, for me to look at the worth of it. Um, you might want to answer Peter. He says, "Why are floats different for the same stock?" I can just, in general, you may. I don't know if you agree with me, Jamie. Most of these low floats are because a stock has done many or several anyway reverse splits over the course of time, and
Right.
sometimes it can be extremely hard to get a true evaluation of what the float is. And there's different ways of presenting the data, and that's why you can go to 10 different websites and get 10 different float data.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at Apple, I mean, Apple has a certain float, and that's pretty bang on. I don't care who you go to. What is your like who is the provider? But on these ones that have had many reverse splits, sometimes
Mm-hmm.
it's really difficult to get a handle on it.
That is true. And you know what? An interesting, psychological experiment would be: you put a stock out there and you say, "This is the float." It's going to trade as if that, if everybody believes the float is a million, how do you think the
Hmm.
stock's going to trade? I mean, as Steve likes to say all the time, the charts are just human emotions, right?
Yep.
Um, so it's interesting because if that's what they say the float is, who really knows if that's what the float is, right?
Exactly.
Who really knows
Exactly.
how much stock is short, right?
Yeah.
It's
The way I look
yeah.
at it too, Jamie, is that when I look at our provider and say on the vvos, okay, so 995,000 shares short. So I will
Hmm.
do a check to see a couple other sites. And if it's in the same ballpark, what if the site said 1.5 million? I'm not going to get bent out of shape. Now, if the site said 20 million
Right.
and we're showing 1 million, okay, that's huge. That's too big of a discrepancy. But if it's in the same ballpark, I figure okay, because it's so hard to get a handle on the actual float.
It is. It is. And you could, what turned me on to Wolf this morning. I wasn't even really aware that it was earnings because I haven't really been keeping up with those since they're petering out. But like you say, it's the obscure ones sometimes that can have some good moves. But
And that
Wolf,
actually, Jamie, I mean, that's down, yeah, 27%. Now it depends where you got it. I mean, a lot of that move was in the pre-market, but still, a three break down to 280. That's, I know, for you, that's awesome.
oh yeah, I mean, from right up in here in this little breakdown area, that was
Hmm.
some good chingy right there. But the bottom line is, how did I find Wolf today? It was Dawn of the Dead, or it was one of these races. I've cleared them out, but you can see I've added a couple of new windows here. I
Hmm.
take all the race stocks that are coming through these guys in the first. I try to go 30 minutes, but sometimes I get distracted. But I always get about 30 something symbols in there,
Hmm.
to watch moving forward. And sometimes those setups are beautiful. And Wolf is the
Right.
epitome of that today.
Now, Jamie, I don't know if you've been listening to me when I've been talking about, now you've already taken over the screen, but the,
Actually, I have
the,
not, but let me do that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Don't
I
don't then
forgot.
don't take over the screen yet. I
Okay,
just want to
okay,
show you this one. The
sure.
abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakdown that Pepe in the room
Mhm.
created. And so this is basically the combination of, so a stock that's showing up in the abnormal option activity plus in the 10-day daily breakdown. This is usually we only get two or three a day.
Right.
So these are the ones that I feel people should really, really pay attention to all day
Yeah.
long
Oh,
because
look, Wolf just came across and hit lows.
and there you go.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there you go. 1201. It's
Yeah,
in both.
interesting. Hey, you might want to drop that cloud link in my Slack, and
You might want to, eh? Okay, I can
I'll
do it. Notice I said A.
a.
Okay. I'll do it. Okay, I'll do it.
I appreciate that, Barry. All right, I know you got things to do, so
Yeah, I got a little workout routine all scheduled, so I'll see you in about an hour.
sounds good, my friend.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, ladies and gents, one momento. Get a little drink here, and let's see. It's not time for my allergy meds just yet, but not too far away. Okay, so welcome to my desktop, and let's see, Peter. I hope our little interchange there about float data and the different sites makes sense. Sometimes it's not an exact science, and we're just at the mercy of all the data providers telling us what that float is. All right, and Finley, reading your question here, explain again compare count for market breadth usage. Stocks making 52-week highs or above. Okay, so Finley, when it comes to my compare count from market breadth, or what I like to refer to as the tick. Okay, um, the tick is a metric that's been around for a very long time. Let me kill my audible alerts there. Woof, hitting lows again. Um, the tick is simply advancers versus decliners, right? And it counts those from the open or whatever point in time you decide it's valid. That's kind of what the compare count windows were designed for, so we could design our own ticks. Now this one has been reset. Let's have a look here. Let me look at what it was. Give me 1 second here because I always tweet it out about 15 minutes into the open. Okay, and this is what it was. This is what my big cap movers was showing me 15 minutes into the session today. Okay. And this one is looking at any stock out there pretty much with a $4 billion market cap or greater. So after the first 15 minutes, those stocks, this is the count. That's a pretty bullish count because I really don't pay it credence unless we get greater than 55% one way or the other. If it's 55, 54, 53, doesn't matter if it's to the upside or the downside. What I tell myself is, well, be prepared for anything, upside action, downside action. It's just, it's going to be one of those days. As soon as I start to see this bias creep above 56%, I'll pay it a little more credence. Okay. Now, if we go into the window here, based on, hold on, more questions coming in. Let me back up to you again, Finley. Ba, 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 ba. So if you wanted to create this using 52-week highs and lows, if we come in here and take a peek, you can see we have the green data side, the red data side. Each one of these is actually an alert window. And then the compare count window compares the results coming through the respective alert windows. So here you can see, just show me stocks hitting a new high that meet this filter criteria. No min-max price, just got to be a market cap above 4 billion. I've got the earnings in there just to weed out the ETFs and iShares. And then, I could probably even get rid of this because most stocks are doing more than their average 1 minute volume, especially in that first 15 minutes. And then on the other side, we just got the exact same filter set, and we've got the new low attached to that. So if you wanted to convert this into, say, a 52-week high, um, we could just, fold in those other filters. Let's see, yearly, year high, position in year range. Yeah, you could just come in here, and if you want them to be, 52-week highs, we could just say, okay, it's got to be, in that range there. And then if you did that with both sides and put the inverse in, then this window would be, in essence, converted into 52-week stocks hitting 52-week highs and lows. So having said that, you might want to make different versions. What if I was running a 52-week high mid cap, and then you could fold in your position or relevance to the 200 period moving average or whatever you thought else might be of interest. But when it comes to compare accounts, this is my favorite one. It's simple, but you can always make different versions. Hey, here's one with a 52-week high. Here's one with stocks hitting highs and lows with, the 4 billion market cap. Or, you know, here are stocks hitting 52-week highs and lows that are in a certain proximity to their 200-day moving average. Now, the question is one going to be better than the other? And that's an unknown question. You know, um, the whole theory behind this one here is it's pretty generic, but it's looking at the larger cap stocks. So I hope that makes sense for you. Okay, Lord Bright, I guess Peppy, have the Peppy link. Okay, so hold on one second. I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You are still on Barry's screen.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
Oh,
I was
Lord,
listening to you go over that wonderful tutorial, and I was about to jump in to say, don't forget, you can use the selected alerts and put the filter on the selected new high to 365.
Yeah, and that's another way to do it. Well, Chris, I appreciate you pointing out my mistake here. I was about to take the screen, and then Barry said, "No, let me show you something."
Yeah,
and then I just forgot all about it.
with the exchange.
Okay, well, don't worry, Finley. I can do all that again. So, thank you very much, Chris.
You got it. I'll pop back out.
Okay, thanks, buddy. Okay, all right. Well, okay, let's just do this all over again. And I think some people were even trying to tell me, but I just thought those were questions piling in. Okay, so back to Finley's question. Let me get my compare count pulled up again on Twitter. I got too excited, overstimulated, so to speak. Okay, hold on one second. Okay. My compare count, right? This is what the readings were today, 77% to the upside. Now, you guys could hear me. So once again, I don't pay any credence to these things unless, they start creeping above 55, 56%. Otherwise, just, be ready for anything. So, and Finley, I think you added some input here. No, you don't need a specific symbol list, okay? Because if we took this compare count, which has been reset, right, since I flipped layouts, if we right click and hit configure, then we can see here, we have one side for our bullish events, anything hitting a high, nice and simple. Market cap 4 billion. As I said earlier, you could probably get rid of that volume in the 1 minute period because most stocks are doing over that volume level in the first 15 minutes. GME, everybody's watching it. We got to take a peek here just to see real quick. What do we got going on? Yeah. Trying to get legs there and some short covering. All right, we're going to pop back in here. So Finley, based on what you were saying, and as Chris was indicating, a couple of different ways if we wanted to target stocks hitting 52-week highs and lows. Number one, we could come in here And notice the little text over here. 52-week high equal 365. We could just put 365 days in there. Come over to the red side as well and put that value there. Show me stocks hitting yearly lows, yearly highs. Now that window's been converted into stocks hitting 52-week lows and 52-week highs. Now, how much different would that output look compared to what I saw earlier, which was 77% of the stocks above a market cap of 4 billion were hitting highs. We had a nice 77% bias. And, we're still green. We got a little action there, but, right off of the open, we had some good upside momentum, and then boom, it turned. Okay. Now, getting back to your other question there, Finley, do you need a specific symbol list for this? Okay. So no, because this would automatically identify any stocks hitting 365-day highs or 365-day lows, otherwise known as yearly highs and lows. And then if we wanted to fold in the moving average, I think it was the 200-day moving average, or any other moving average that you wanted to, we could just pop back in here and start adding that criteria just by searching for. It would help if I could type today. And I hope you guys can't hear the lawn guy out there blowing all kinds of leaf blowers in my ear as I speak, but hopefully it's not coming through over there. Or we could just use the old, 200 period SMA here, right? Or 50 or 20, or, whichever one you thought might be valid. So I tell you what I can do here, Finley. I'll drop this version in here, which is currently simply looking for the stocks with a 4 billion market cap hitting 52-week highs and lows. And then you can add other things to it. Maybe keep 2 or 3 different versions on the desktop, watch them moving forward, get 3, 4, 5 sessions and see what those readings are. Say after the first 15 minutes is when I take my snapshot, and see what you get there. But this will give you something to work with moving forward. All right. CC window, 4 billion market cap, 52-week highs, lows. And I tell you what, I'll just go ahead and change it up a little bit here. 52-week high, 52-week low. All right. Now, another word about these, okay? What I've discovered just from hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of trading sessions here in the past, well, I don't even know how many years it's been since I started watching these, intently. But it's been thousands of sessions, at least 1,000 sessions, one could say, over 1,000. And sometimes we might have a gap up or a gap down, and you'll see big bullish count, big bearish count, or maybe we're just opening flat. And just like with stocks in general, sometimes the first move is the false move. Okay, so let's pretend for a moment we had, instead of what we had on my large cap above 4 billion market cap today, instead of having 77% bullish, let's pretend for a moment the market opened flat and we had a huge downside count. But the market's not really doing anything. Matter of fact, it's going up, but the market takes maybe a little 0.5% run up, right up to, where we could see some potential resistance or whatever. and then the real move occurs and we go all the way down and set new lows and maybe end up the day down, 1% or whatever. So sometimes these things are immediate and sometimes they're a little lagged and delayed. Okay. So just keep that in mind as you move forward and see things. If you see a huge count to the upside or the downside, but the market is kind of moving in the opposite direction, well, then just start to look out for, potential pivot points or support and resistance, because sometimes those are the best tells out there. Okay. And it's just something that you have to get used to seeing. All right. Um, so I hope that makes sense, Finley. And now let me back up and get through all the messages that say, hey, you're looking at the wrong screen. Okay, all right. Yep. Okay. And once again, I am sorry for that. First time I've done that in a while. Yes, and Iris, I dropped that link in the chat. Okay, so I think we're caught up now. Jamie's not making any bonehead mistakes. And okay, so as I was telling Barry earlier, all right, I've gotten into the habit. I kind of fell off my races for a while, but I started looking at them and going, man, I'm missing some pretty good setups here. Um, so as of 7 or 8 trading days ago, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of busy work in the open, but the way that process goes, and you guys can see I've added a couple of new windows here. All right, and Lemonade, BTBT, all the stocks that you see coming through this window right here are all race winners. Now, just because stocks are winning races right off the open doesn't mean that I'm going to be jumping into them and hoping for the best. What I'm doing is, if it was, 1 minute into the open and I saw a wolf come across my race winner, all I do is I simply click on it and then I come up here to the chart and I go send that stock to a symbol list, and you can see races in capital letters. So every time I do that, it adds that stock to my race list. These windows here are only pointed to the races list. Okay, so I clear these out every open and start a fresh list. So in the first, say, 20, 25 minutes, let's see how many I captured today. All right, only 19 today. Yesterday it was about 30 something. And I think I stopped a little short of the top of the hour today, just because of other certain banking stocks that I had to go ahead and jump into. But that is a very good process to get into. Now, some days there just won't be any decent setups. Other days there will be several, but all you need is one, right? So, for example, DBI winning races right off the bat, but look how long it took before this thing set up. Okay. Let's see here. Get a line here. Right here. Okay. Now it took a long time, but hey, that's why we make the list, and then that's been why I point it to new highs and new lows, because took the reading in the first minute in this little squinchy bar right here. Now it did make a run, but then it goes to sleep. Back below, puts in that high, acts like it's going to go down, does go down back to the 1126 area, comes right back up here, and not until, what time is that? 10:05 my time. Okay, so an hour and 35 minutes into the open, nice tight range break from 1153. Sure, you wouldn't be up that much right now, maybe 6-7 cents, but still a really great entry. What would my risk have been on this one? If this is the entry candle, 1, 2, 3, and if we just dropped another line there, let's see, 1, 2, 3, risk is here. That's a pretty small risk area. Looks like a 1 for 1 right now, but of course we always hope for more. Where might it stop over here? Well, I still have to get used to my new line tools here. Okay, so let's just drop it and then we can drag it up. But right to the bottom of this level right here, if it gets a little more pep in its step, maybe we push on up to the top of this candle here and see what happens. Now, the volume in DBI is still pretty darn good. We're looking at 3 times normal on the 5-minute. Healthy relative volume above 1. And that alarm you guys heard was reminding me to take my Texas allergy medicine. So I'm going to put you on brief hold. I'll be back. 2 shakes of lamb's tail. Okay. Sorry for the brief absence. But just what I was doing over here, trying to size up how much more room we could have. This column right here is also assisting me with that. About 19 cents. If it keeps going from here, so that's what, about 70 cents. And that's right where my line is. One more quick sec here. Okay. Something is wrong with the 2 you've shared. I cannot upload them. Well, let me just copy that exact code. That one right there. Are you guys able to copy those links out of there? I'll drop it in the YouTube chat as well. Okay, I dropped it in the YouTube chat as well. I forget if you guys can get links out of here or not. I forget. Okay, you can capture the one. Yeah, because I always forget. You guys aren't watching StreamYard, you're watching YouTube. Okay, duh. Okay. So try that one, Iris. All right, Shaw, the question is, how long do you wait to take your first trade? And I think I'm missing, looking over here at YouTube. Okay, very good, very good. Yeah, Shaw, I'm very much like Barry, because you know, as Barry likes to say, I'm a scalper, and yes, that is my forte. I just want to make pennies or more, you know, maybe even half pennies. Whatever I can get, whatever I can scrape, I'll take. But regardless of the style, you know, what you see on the screen in the first 15 minutes, a lot of the times isn't. I mean, it's there, then it's not there. So you know, the risk level of trading in the first 15 minutes is a lot higher, and I've learned that through experience. It's like, okay, every day I tell myself I'm not going to trade in the first 15 minutes, and then what do? I dig a small hole, and then I have to spend the productive time digging out of the hole. So that's a very good rule of thumb. Now, having said that, are there some specific cases where you'll jump in? Yes, but it has to look really, really, really good. And, you know, even then, you're still taking a little bit more risk, but you've heard Barry say the same things. You know, I usually don't do this, but I'm going to go ahead and take this one just because it looks so good. Now, looks so good can have many different meanings. It looks really good on the chart, um, nice level of support, resistance, or looks really good on there's a gazillion shares for sale and the bid's thin, or vice versa. So there's a lot of reasons why you would be tempted to break those rules. But as a rule of thumb, 15 minutes, just let things settle out. Okay, so Iris, if you click on the link from the YouTube chat, right, it should just open up in a browser. And let me just test that link I sent. Okay. Did you get abnormal? Is it the wrong link that I think I might have copied the wrong link in there, but let me check. Okay, well, the good news is I didn't kill the window. So give me a second here and I'll just re-drop the link. Make sure it's the right one. One moment, please. Okay, try this one more time. Okay, I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to drop it there and it should come through. Okay, there it is again in the chat. So you should be able to click on that from the YouTube screen. Open the browser. It'll open a browser. You can copy the URL and then you're good to go. Now let's just make sure it works. Okay, and there you have it. Big cap movers, 52-week highs and lows. When we come in here, you can see set to 365. Okay, done and done. Okay. All right, so that little issue should be resolved. Now, keep in mind, there's no pre-planned content here. We're just talking shop, but if you have any charts that you'd like me to take a look at, I'd be happy to use my rudimentary technical skills to give you some feedback. Let's just check in on the market real quick here. Are we getting sleepy? Okay. Well, interesting action today. I mean, everybody was hoping that we would eventually get out of this range because while we're stuck in this range, it makes trading a little bit more difficult. Okay. Um, so we're either going to break up or down, and considering the proximity that we are to all-time highs, here we are just looking at a weekly chart, and then it's just a hop, skip, and a jump away. Let's even zoom out a little further here. Okay. It's kind of, this just seems like a blur, right? When we were down here and then slowly marching back up, and we're a mere 456, 20 something points away on the SPY from all-time highs. So that is what we're looking at, ladies and gents. And if we do get a close, I'm hoping for a close above this level here, so we can get some more action. But if we fall back down into this range, well, it's just going to take a little bit more time. You know what? I forgot to save my charts, but I'm going to assume that this is my 10-day here, even though it's not the right color. Yeah, that's my 10 with the kind of orangey color there. But SPY getting a nice little push off that as well. Hoping for a close today. I mean, a doji would work too because it's technically going to be above that level there. So interesting, you know, night and day difference between the action of the stocks yesterday and what we had today. Things were moving a lot more. Of course, we're kind of going to sleep here again. We'll see what happens. Let's just check in on Barclays because this is a stock that I really enjoy scalping, really get in tune with it. And of course, it's hovering up here at highs. Most of the session we were topping out at 22. I know a penny doesn't seem like a lot, but on this one from 715 up to 723, that's not bad. That's not a bad range. And we're looking at this little level right here, thinking, well, once we get past here, could get interesting, right? Okay. Yeah, I just dropped one in there, Iris. It was the 52-week high, low compare count window. Not a bad setup moving forward for a swing type trade here. If this thing gets a little frisky. Got the 10 period right there. Got the nice little 4-day consolidation. Speaking of banks, I watch Goldman all the time. Do I trade Goldman? No, but I use it as a barometer, more or less. A lot of the times if Goldman's hitting highs early in the session and some of these other banks, they don't necessarily have to be investment banks, but they all kind of move in the same direction. Let's see what Yosh is doing here. A little too. When I'm looking at stocks to add to my favorites list, by the way, I don't add ones that have these wicks typically. I like to procure or curate a list of stocks that aren't wicky, that don't throw curveballs at you. CDMO, not a bad short yesterday. Let's see, let's back it up. I was playing this one yesterday. Once it came down through this level here, definitely leaning on it again, kind of swirling the drain on the longer term here. Looks like it's finally getting down to a level where it might put on the brakes, but it was fun trading that one yesterday. Okay, don't think I've missed any questions, so feel free if you guys have any charts you'd like me to take a look at here. And still got a nice little crowd in here, and hey, we just upticked a user. So in the meantime, all these volume levels are pretty paltry as we just kind of put the brakes on and see what's going to happen. Notice over here, SPY really didn't pay much mind to the 10 period, and we got the close above and a move higher here, which leads me to believe, if I had to place a bet right now, I'd say we make another run towards the highs before the close, but that's just me completely guessing. Okay, is there anything doing volume in my favorites list? Well, no big surprise here to see Wolf at the top of the volume list as it grinds lower. And looking at this little guy, not so good. All-time lows. Now these are monthly candles, but you know, here we are down here, and when we look left, there's nothing. So Woof, Petco, definitely not making shareholders very happy, and currently kind of swirling the drain. Now, no big surprise to see Fitch up here as well. This one, you know, everybody's cheering and, you know, happy yesterday, and then, you know, post market. Um, earnings aren't until the 7th, but boy, this thing fell out of bed really, really fiercely today. You know, we're up at $2 in the pre-market, and now we're down at $1. I mean, what a nice swoosh down there. I did not trade that one today because I didn't want to take excessive risk. That was a pre-market candle right there, and then pretty tricky after the open. And that thing looking nasty as well. Not the chart pattern you would like to see when you're holding something. All right, you guys are pretty quiet over there. Let's check in on the AI today. Let's see how we're doing here. You know, on a day like today, with the market up and struggling with this new little level of potential support up here, sometimes this is the way it works. Best trade of the day was a short on PDCL, PIDCO. Not a bad call right there at the 27.12 level. Currently up about 2% if you stayed in it. Everything else just kind of a scratch. Down a penny on the Lilum long. Rover, I don't know what's going on there. It looks kind of like a buyout stock. Spike higher. Some kind of investigation going on. Doesn't say anything about a buyout. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Like, you don't see this pattern unless typically it's a buyout. Oh, and look who's buying them. Blackstone. Now, BlackRock, Blackstone, I don't know if there's any relation to BlackRock. Interestingly enough, I live in a pretty small town, and an acquaintance told me the other day that he had to get out of a certain business because BlackRock bought the whole business model out. And he's like, yeah, you can't compete against those guys. But don't know if Blackstone has any affiliation with BlackRock. But interesting nonetheless. You know, these buyout stocks, even though it doesn't look like they're doing a whole lot of volume right now, check out that 5-minute volume, almost 5 times normal, about 40x on the relative side, and only 100 million in the float. And we've cranked out about not quite a quarter of it yet. So who knows? There might be some good scalping opportunities in there. We'll have to take a peek later on. BNS, Bank of Nova Scotia. Shout out to the Canadian bank. And was playing around with this one yesterday. Earnings hit, and then boom, I guess earnings were good. Having a nice grind up today. Matter of fact, I was short BNS at the lows and it just wouldn't go. So I just gave up, took a small loser. Didn't try to flip it and go long, but I saw it coming across today and I'm like, you know what? That one might have a move up, but lost focus and did not get long in that one. Lord Bright. So Blackstone is a part of BlackRock. Yeah, that's what I assumed because, you know, why else would you name your company that? OM Infinity DDD. You talking about the stock? Lord Bright? Or does DDD mean something else? So yeah, if you are talking about DDD, it's coiling up nicely here on the 5-minute. Volume weighted average price is up here. That's what the black line is. It's my VWAP. So yeah, volume's kind of low right now. Don't really know what it looks like on the price book, but just, marking off these levels here. Pretty low risk on the triple D trade right now. .3D systems. Earnings are in the books. And the designer brands kind of regressing right back to its entry point. Let's take a scroll through here though. Look for the other ones. BT, been keeping my eyes on this one, but with a chart pattern like that, I say no thank you. Just seeing what setups I might have missed out on. So little this looked good, but let's examine why it did not continue. Right? Got a nice little pop, 186, up, a whole 2 cents, and it's pretty self-explanatory over here, right? Why did it stop? And this is it right here, okay? Just not a whole lot of room. Now, there'll probably come a day where we bust above that level and march up to here, but apparently it's not today. Let's look back in time. When did Tilray do that fundraiser, raise that money? Let's see. Probably have to go back and look at weeklies. Well, I can't really see it here either. Looking for that gap when they raised money. Can't remember how long ago that was. Okay, maybe it was right here. I'm going to guess that was it. Okay. Announced that they're raising money. We always know, we know what happens to a stock typically when they raise money. They take a little haircut. Didn't take it too long though to get right back through that level, and looked good for a while up here, and now we're kind of right back below that level that it gapped up and went up, but now we're right back down to that financing level. So interesting on Tilray. I used to be very active in that stock, but it's just kind of died, and now you can see the reason. Once it breaks out, it'll be good again. Well, not once, I said if it does. All right, the PIDCO looks like it's improving. Did we break that level? Let's see here. We're right on it. Okay, so if PIDCO does break down further, and how's the volume? Oh, almost 9 on the relative side. Only a 15x. Only a 15x on the 5-minute volume, which tells me the volume is really coursing through it. And where this one stops, well, I just wouldn't, I can't say it's got a whole lot of room in it. Maybe if it gets really frisky down to this level here, but it kind of looks like it wants it. Be interesting to watch. That's not a bad setup at all right there. Because if we sold right here around 26.17 and we went back 15 minutes, 1, 2, 3, you got about a 40-cent risk right there. And BCS hitting another high. making a run for a close above this level here. Who to? I did take a little stab at this one earlier in the day. Made a little bit of money on it. Boy, the vacillations on that one can be fierce. You know, I already forgot that buyout stock. Was it off this list? Does anybody remember the stock we were looking at? That I said Blackstone was buying them? Or does anybody remember the name of that symbol? Rover? Yes, thank you. Okay. I'm gonna have to take a look at that one when I appreciate that. Okay, let's see here. Can you please show the configuration for the high-low drop? Thanks. Now, Roger, are you talking about which one were we just looking at here? So when I was talking about this PIDCO range break, Raj, are you asking me how, or are you referring, when you say high-low drop, I'm not really sure what you mean there, which window you're talking about. So if you could give me a little bit more info. Yeah, thanks guys for the rover symbol. What interests me in that is the tight range and the extremely high volume. There might be some money in there, there might not be, but I always like to take a look at those. The 52-week high-low on the compare count, Raj. This guy right here. Okay, so its original format for what I like to watch was just new high, but I forgot who it was. I believe it was Peter or Finley asking about converting it into just looking at stocks hitting 52-week highs and lows. So that's the current form here. So it's just the new high with 365 for the long side, and then a very brief set of filters. Market cap has to be 4 billion, using the earnings per share filter to simply weed out ETFs and iShares because they don't report earnings. Volume on the 1 minute level has to be 3 times normal. Once again, you could probably just remove that altogether and it really wouldn't make a difference. But I made this a very long time ago and somehow that stayed in it. And then we've got the exact same setup as far as the filters go for the downside, just using the new low. And since this is the 365 version, it's got to be hitting a yearly low. Matter of fact, I might just post this one up too and see, hey, how big of a difference is there watching 52-week highs and lows versus simple highs and lows, right? Is there a correlation? Will it be eye-opening? Never know until we look. So Raj, that is the config for that specific window. If you have any more specific questions about the config, just let me know. All right, Luca, what do I think? Roku for a potential short scalp swing with a 30-minute close above 108 as your stop. Well, let's take a look here. All right, so a potential short scalp swing with a 30-minute close above 108. Okay, so my my first reaction when I look at this daily is like, I don't know if I want to get in front of that train, right? I don't know if I want to step in front of that train for a short. However, if someone put a gun to my head and said, you must short Roku now, how you going to do it? Well, a 30-minute close above 108. Now, when you say a 30-minute close, you're referencing a 30-minute candle, I would say, right? So if we converted my so let me just make sure I understand what you're saying there, Luca. So this 30-minute candle would have to close above 108, right? And if that's the case, yeah, it's kind of looking like that right now. But let's go back to the daily because, after this breakout here, you know, come on, give me a bar. There we go. I mean, that was just on Monday. Monday, Roku broke out. I mean, that is just so bullish right there. So when we're looking left here, we're getting out of this little lower trench. We'd have to go all the way back here to figure out where it might stop, right? Yeah. So, I mean, as it gets into this, as it penetrates that area here, my eyes are automatically drawn to this level here, right? From a swing trading perspective, this thing looks like, it's being pulled north. And if it gets closed, if it gets close above here, you know, it's off to the races. So, like I said, I don't think I would have tried to step in front of that train. It looks good right here, and I can see that. You're like, oh, that was a decent move that I could have captured there. But, you're swimming against the current in this case. But let's see how many minutes the candle has here. You got about 6 more minutes to see if this 30-minute candle closes above 108. Otherwise, you know, it's completely possible that you could get a scalp out of it. Ah, okay. No worries, no worries. So it's definitely in an uptrend. It looks very bullish on the long term, but that doesn't mean that you couldn't scalp it on the short side. That that reminds me of the old days, the late 90s, early 2000 when the market was just, up, up, up and away. And, you know, people outside of our trading circle would be like, hey, the market really went up today. Yeah, but you didn't see what it did first. We had a nice little flush and, market finishes nice and green, but all the money that we made on that day was shorting things, right? So, once again, two different styles. That doesn't necessarily mean that some of these more active stocks won't be, even a stock in an uptrend can be a good scalp short, and a stock in a downtrend can be a really quick scalp to the upside. I see those all the time. Matter of fact, it's what gets a lot of people, right? Like Fitch during this little area right here, it looked really good going down, but boy, price action was another matter. It was like pulling teeth to try to stay in it. That's why I washed my hands of it quickly. I'm like, yeah, it's not operating, it's not behaving like I hoped it would, so kick it to the curb. And woof continues to bide its time. Yep, you hit the nail on the head right there, Luca. As long as your risk parameters are in place, uh, fading things that are up big and trying to buy things that are down big. I mean, it takes a certain mindset, but as long as you have your risk parameters in place, stepping in front of the train works for some people. So if you have that skill set, that's great. As long as you're able to manage your risk, then those strategies are quite feasible. And I'll say this about the process, my process. You know what? Market gap up, don't care. Market gap down, don't care. Market go up, don't care. Market go down, don't care. Market flat, I don't care. I know what I'm looking for, and the specific stocks that I trade have to do those things. Otherwise, I'm not pushing the buttons, right? And I can tell you, boredom and fear of missing out, FOMO, everybody's heard of that. Those are your enemies. So psychological battle 24/7 when you're trading. Everything from, I'm not really up that much today, I better get on it. Nope, you can't control that. you know, that's one of the biggest things I hear traders gnashing their teeth about all the time. I got bored, and the worst thing you can ever do is trade when you're bored, or go, I'm up this much, and you shouldn't be trading because it's a dead hour or whatever, but you're like, I'll risk this much. And sure enough, you're going to give away that much, right? If we use the hunting analogy, let's say you're a big game hunter and you're hunting caribou or elk somewhere in a place that's very cold. You have to wait till there's something to shoot. You're not just going to be out there firing your weapon off at nothing. However, a lot of people tend to do that when they get involved with the markets, you know. Or if you're hunting elk and there are no elk, and all of a sudden you see a little bunny rabbit run across the countryside there, you're not just going to unload on the little bunny rabbit because that's not an elk. But people do that all the time in the trading world. And by the way, I'm not a hunter, but the hunting analogy is very good when it comes to trading. All right, don't think I missed any questions. Let's go back. I want to see if Roku closed above, or if it's getting ready to close above that level. Okay. Yeah. Through 108, not necessarily 110, but also too, on a scalp, if you're trying to fade scalp this one, if I was in this one and it broke high of the day, I'd probably cover. This one, QS. Heard Barry talking about it early. I think he was talking about it from 6. And took a stab at it a little too late and got out for, I think, a flat, or maybe made a few pennies on it before it rolled back over. But that one's got a pretty decent float. Wow, is my clock right? We're just approaching 1 minute from the top of the hour. That time went by really quickly. Do I ever use a chandelier trail stop from an entry? How do you feel about trailing stops? Good question, Finley. I will use a trailing stop if I feel the momentum. Well, let me rephrase that. Most of the time, the only time I'm going to use a trailing stop is if I've identified a market sell, a large order. And those things this time last year, they were all over the place. They don't seem to be near as prevalent. Of course, it was when the market was in a much different mode to the downside. However, if I'm in a position and it's working, and there's, say, a big offer following, the seller is pegging the bid or whatever, a lot of times the fake outs can be horrendous, right? The size dries up and you're like, oh, I better cover. But then they just keep refreshing and they never clear that level. So in a trade like that, I'll use a 2-cent trailing stop, meaning it has to clear one level of offers and print the next level, and then it would get me out. That way I'd only give up maybe a couple of pennies most on that position that I might be up 10 or 12 cents in. And the reason I do that is because most of the time it's going to make a better exit than me. Okay, it's going to happen so fast. As soon as that offer clears and hits the next prints the next offer, I'll be out automatically. If I was trying to time that from a manual perspective, I'd be late to the punch every time. So I use them on occasion. And the same thing can be true for an upside trade if there's a buyer chasing it. You just don't see many buyers or sellers putting in big market orders these days. That's not to say they're done. They're just not there right now. But that's typically when I'll use a trailing stop.
Jamie, you have gone overtime.
Hey Barry.
Hey. Yeah, so a plumber is coming over pretty soon. So so I'll take over right now. Okay.
Okay.
And your woof, I just noticed your woof is making another new low.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in it
Mm-hmm.
still, if you're in it still, I don't know
Oh
if
no,
it's right.
I was all flat before I
Oh,
started the
you're gone.
session.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Look at the
hey,
Petco though. Look at the PDCO. Look at this now. It showed up in that
oh
scan that
yeah.
I just gave to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It showed up on the
Mm-hmm.
abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakdown.
Yeah.
And the alert was at 26.26, and we're sitting at 26.07. I think this is your new strategy.
Well, look at this. We were talking about this one in real time as it was happening.
Hmm.
And I'm like, okay, that's where I'd be selling it right there. And of course, not up a whole lot right now, but
Hmm.
pretty low risk trade to be in at this point in time.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, my friend, listen, I'll take over for you now
Very
and
good.
get back my screen. There we go. So thanks so much. Thanks
Yep.
for the break. We'll see you next week.
Okie dokie. Adios.
Now, a drywaller is coming over in about half an hour. Okay, so I am going to have to spend some time with him or her. I'm assuming it's a him. I shouldn't. I guess I shouldn't assume that. But so I think what I'm going to do then, because I got to do a video, and he's not going to be here for another half hour. So I'm going to do a quick video right now. So I'm going to put myself back on mute, come back, and then I might have to take off another, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes after that. Okay. Yes, runs live every day, 5 days a week, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. So let me just do my quick video. And let's see, what time is it? 13:04, 1:04. So back around, say, 1:14. Okay. 1:14. Okay. So back around 1:14 ET. So I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, keep an eye on this. I mean, it's extended. The only unfortunate part is that it's very extended. Dr. CT, DRCT. I wish it weren't so extended, but the next high looking left is 1271. That was yesterday's high. Of course, and the day before that, it got to about the same high. This is, of course, come from 245 all the way up to 1271 in maybe 3 weeks. And as I say, on the vvos, I do have an alert set for somewhere over 18. I think it's yeah, around 18. Well, right at the highs here, on 1840 or so. Because if this gets some more volume coming in later on in the day, takes out that 1840, we could have another attack at that high of the day and beyond. I mean, I don't know, of course, but that's why I have an alert set up here. I'd rather it happen, around the 2 o'clock time. Especially for the people who were not involved with this and with this one earlier. Let's back this out on the monthly chart just to take a look to see where. Look at Yosh. Yeah, man, oh man, YOSH. Whew, some amazing moves today. Let me back this out on the monthly chart. So we have a high. So we have a high of 2099 on the monthly. Okay. Not saying it's going to get there, but that is the high in the monthly. So you can kind of see if it could take out 18 later on and power through. You never know. And of course, we had a high way back here, 75. I sort of remember this. Actually, I don't think this was really a high. This is split adjusted, okay? This is all split adjusted, reverse split adjusted. Sound is echoing. Okay, let me make sure that's not for everybody. You don't have you're not in both rooms, are you? Oh, let me do a quick sound check. How's my sound in the main room? And then how's my sound in YouTube? Okay, I've got a good in the main room. How about YouTube? Maybe Pepe or somebody else, Luca? How's my sound in YouTube? Okay, so Biniam, are you in both rooms? Sometimes people are in both rooms, and that can happen because you're listening in both rooms and there is a delay. Otherwise, maybe do a refresh, okay? Because nobody else is saying what you're saying. Okay, you might have to do a refresh or something. Okay, guys, just give me one moment again, please. Oh, gosh. Wow. Saw this one yesterday, and only reason I remember it because I thought that's a strange name. But yeah, this one started trading as Yash. I don't know. I don't know what the story is on this one exactly. I know it's well, it's a California. Okay, this is not the Japanese one I was thinking of. But anyway, this got up to $65. Maybe. Yeah, I guess so. I don't think this was a reverse split. Or did it start trading as Yash? Like a symbol change? I just don't know. I just don't know. Now that, it's through the 200, well, at the 200-day moving average, 817 is the 200-day moving average. So let's take a look at Yash let's look at it on a weekly chart first. So the next high on the weekly chart looks like around 1029. So it's got room. It still has room. Now let's see. Pulling back to something that might make a bit of sense. See, the VWAP is way too far away at 675. The 200-day moving average, well, it's got to get through that. So I'm just looking to see if there's any kind of, you know, moving average or something that it could get into. 728 is the 8 EMA on the 10-minute chart, 15-minute chart. Meanwhile, guys, this tomorrow, you know what I might do? I might take in the simulator anyway. I might take 100 shares of each one of these. This is not really anything to do with money management, but take 100 shares of each one of them right at the alert and see what happens. Just I'll put it in the simulator. Not really good money management or anything like that, but I mean, some of these moves have just been fantastic. Obviously the FLNC and the VVOS, BMEA, Lemonade, not so good. But now the GME, we had an alert at 12:06, right when I was on my break, 1642, 1717. And, on the short side, PDCO, 2626. So it's sitting at, right around 26 right now. Let's see if it takes out 26. This is an earnings play. So this on the daily chart is the next high for GME, 1726, and the next high after that is 1810. So, they have earnings next week and, a lot of option activity. Look at that option activity, 8 times normal, 427,000 options right now. That was yesterday. You're right, Draw. You're absolutely right. That's why this is crazy. So it was a reverse split. So that really did not hit whatever number I had up here. I had to go to the monthly chart up to 60. So that was a reverse split. That is split adjusted. Japanese ramen, rice bowls and appetizers. Okay. I don't think we have this in Canada. I don't think so. Not familiar with them at all. So the Doctor CT, that was the one I was looking at too. I wanted to see if it, I don't think it pulled back to any significant level. Yeah, there's the VWAP 1134. So I mean, it's not there, but man, oh man, if this takes out 12 again, this could get rocking again and maybe challenge that high of yesterday, 1272. Oh, it's been all over the place. Look at this YOSH. I mean, it's been all over the place. It got down to 763, popped right back up. We don't even have any float information on it. Let me just see what the float is, and we might have to divide by 10. See if I can find some float information on it. So that might even be split adjusted, 460,000 shares. That's a reason. Now, a lot of times when these companies do reverse splits, they try to pump out some news relatively quickly to get some interest. I don't see any. I don't see any. So I'm not saying it didn't happen, but so that is okay. So KR, that is not split adjusted. Okay. So I think the float is actually 460,000. Okay. KR is saying on FinViz it shows 4.6 million, but remember they did a reverse split, a 1 for 10. So most of the time you're not going to see the actual split adjust like when there's a reverse split. I'm going to say that on the 15th and 30th every month, that's when you'll see the new numbers. Okay. Because I did check another source that I think is actually right up to date, and they had literally 1/10 of that, 460 million. So now it is amazing that they had to do, with only 4.6 million in the float, and they had to do another reverse split just to get it over $1. I mean, that's usually the reason. If you're wondering, well, why does a company do a reverse split? It's to maintain, say, a Nasdaq listing. You have to, I mean, there are other things that they have to be able to do, but one of them usually is to have the price over $1. So the ratio, so they would reduce the number of shares by the same ratio as their. So this stock was probably 40 cents yesterday. And it's just a matter, so they'll have the same market cap. You'll multiply the share price by the number of shares outstanding. So if you increase one by 10, you're decreasing the other by 10, a factor of. So the market cap remains the same. Well, this one hasn't been really affected at all by the market at all. This ESRT not been affected at all. Didn't have any sort of a downturn. Just been on a mission today. ESRT. Yeah, this is the one I was short. Seems like years ago now. HRL just made another, I think, another new low, perhaps. Not short anymore, of course. Wow, look at this. Yeah, earnings play. HRL. William, you were talking about CI earlier, way earlier. Oh, I see. Right there. Ooh, expensive stock. What what's on board for you today, William? 4 o'clock, 4:15, or no go? At least four. Okay. Guys, there's the Dr. CT now over 12 again. Dr. DRCT over 12 again. Not a great spread. I'm just looking at the spread right now. 11.94, 12.13. So not a good spread at all. Low float, 2.8 million in the float. This has had a nice rebound, actually, this LASL, Leslie. It's an earnings play today. Low was 436, and it's at $5 now. Where was the first time it showed up? 487. This, yeah, actually, it's in the option scanner too, both of them, I guess. Actually, it's only in the option scanner. It's not. Oh, well, I can tell you. Of course, it's not a 10-day daily breakout. That's the reason I was thinking, well, why isn't it showing up in both? But it's obviously not a 10-day daily breakout. So this is only in the option scanner, LASL. The vvos is stirring again. All right, guys, I think my drywaller is here, so I'm gonna have to put myself on mute. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to put myself on mute for I don't know how long, maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes, okay? Give me a moment as I just adjust a couple things. Okay, guys, so I am back now. I did see that this vvos had actually triggered. It got way up here and then came right back down. Give me a moment, guys. Oh man, I saw that. Well, it would have been a nice, I guess, quick scalp type trade. The DRC CT, sorry, the DRCT. Yeah, so it got all the way up to 1239, and then when it took out that 12, and then right back down. Indicative of a low float situation, 2.8 million in the float. We always say, at least I always say, if you're going to take any one of these that have a very low float, do not wander away from your computer, okay? As quickly as they go up, they can even more quickly come down. Yeah, BGLC, I'm just seeing here, this is showing up now because it just hit over $1. BGLC, my minimum is $1 in here. And so, yeah, yesterday this was a 50-cent stock. Today it's $1.07, double through the 200-day moving average. Let's see if there's any sort of news on this one. I don't see any news on this one. Where could it go? Well, 114 is the next high looking left. Volume coming in 6 million. It'll probably trade the float 8.7 million in the float, 3.5 times normal volume. It doesn't trade options. It's not optionable. So that's why it's not going to show up here. Oh man, this neg NEGG. Where did we see this first? Yeah, okay, not too far. 140. I'm actually very surprised. We have so many in the option scanner today. I mean, this is unusual. Very unusual. All these stocks that hit the option scanner today. Some days you'll only have, maybe 5 or 6. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, I'm on mute for a bit here. I have to make a call, so I'm on mute. Okay, but I shouldn't take too long. All right, guys. No, the pipes did not freeze. It's something else. Well, this is going to be a fun couple of weeks for us here in the Anderson household. Okay, guys, let's take a look now at there's the VTVT. We saw that earlier, so I see it's making a new high now. Choppy though, very, very choppy. Another very low float, just like the vvos. It's yeah, that's exactly what it's all about, Luca. Getting all the pipes replaced in the house, and that's the one issue. But then all the drywalling and breaking walls and so anyway, so what I need you guys to do is take out a lot of subscriptions. Okay, somehow I've got to pay for all this, so take out a lot of subscriptions. Haha. And I would never, never mouth off to Mrs. Anderson. Never. They do. They do. Use my promo code. They make lovely stocking stuffers. They got a temper. Build now, pay later. Okay, AFRM. Let's go. AFRM. Just kidding, of course, but what a run it's been on. 4-day run now, fourth day. Okay, guys, let's see if this MNY. I mean, this has had finally a big down day. I mean, after almost a week and a half straight up. Even this morning, it was up to what, four something, 472, almost five. So this is the first day that we've seen a sell off. Oh man, look at this breakout here. So there was the alert at 1:53 Eastern time. Alert came in at 15:20 for VT. It got up to 16:20 before it pulled back a bit. Boy, loving the 10-day daily breakouts and downs, guys, and coupled with the abnormal option, it's all you really need. Oh, Argentina. Haven't really seen too many of the Argentinians on. Let's see how YPF is doing today. Yeah, they're still hanging in there. Again, this is as a result of the election. Okay, guys. So BGLC has, I guess, a little bit of room. This could be interesting tomorrow. I mean, this is probably, I don't know if this did a reverse split. I don't know if this was ever actually up to $10 or so, but well, I can do a little Simon and Garfunkel if you want, William. Yeah, like please do. Ooh. All right, guys. What time is it now? 2 o'clock. Okay, so what did we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So sort of an hour and a half up, and now in the last hour or so, we've just been kind of chopping around. So markets are still up. The Dow is up quite still up. SPY's up a little. Nas is barely up. TXT actually had this on a bounce a long time ago. It didn't bounce. When I say I had it on a bounce, this was showed up on my bouncers toppers back at 10:45. And so there was, I mean, a very, very minor bounce, but it just continued down. All right. So Shady is shorting Tesla. Let's take a look at if you don't want to short Tesla, like the stock, you could always buy this one, TSLS. This is the ETF for Tesla. Okay. So this is the short. So if you thought Tesla was going to go down, you could buy this one a little bit cheaper than going after the stock. And it's the same percentage. If I okay, remember that percent, 0.28%. TSLA, yeah, minus 0.24. So yeah, so that makes sense. Remember, if you buy TSLS, you're assuming Tesla, you're hoping Tesla goes down. So it's the same percent, minus 0.24. I think somebody said that Tesla is going to be Thursday. Highly anticipated Cybertruck delivery launch is coming Thursday. So I guess that so I guess so I don't know if that launch is 2 PM today. Probably not. I mean, if it is, it's right now. I think there might be talking about it tomorrow, 2 PM tomorrow. Well, I mean, this is another earnings play, guys. Bili, just getting creamed here right now, down 10%. China stock. Well, yeah, so I don't know if they're having some kind of a pre-launch today and then you can buy it tomorrow. I don't know if what that means. And then I guess you guys, some kind of a rule coming in, an EV rule? But I didn't think there were any subsidies for Teslas. Well, certainly not for that thing. I thought it was. I thought, at least in Canada, if I recall, it was only for under $50,000 Canadian. So I didn't think. Now that's Canada, so I can't speak for the states. Of course, I don't know what your subsidies were like in the states. Okay, so that is tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Boy, Billy. So what's the next low looking left? 883 on the monthly chart. 883 on the monthly chart is the next low looking left. Well, there's this BGLC. Okay, so I mean, will this go on a big tear? I mean, a multi-day tear. Rhetorical question, but trying to see if there's any news on this one. I just don't see any news whatsoever. Up 70%. A lot of volume. It is now traded the float. You know, again, this was a 33-cent stock, 34-cent stock. 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. Meanwhile, Billy, which I did not take on that 12 break, I was thinking about it. So so that was actually an IPO. Back in July. I see that right there. Okay. Was it really an IPO? A $1 IPO? So what did they do? A reverse split then? Because I see the high that month is $1.86. Okay, so in July, okay, I guess this is what's happened. Okay, so it was an IPO at $4, right around here. It popped up. I sort of remember this, and then it closed down here at $1.50 that day. Or it opened it. I don't. I can't even explain this because if it was a $4 IPO and it opened here, $1.50 and it went way up here. Anyway, whatever it is, it's hard to keep. Good one. They're going to live stream on U.S. Steel. What is it? I don't understand, William. Why would they be live streaming on U.S. Steel? IPON uplisting. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Because I refuse to call it X. I refuse to call it X. Well, let's see how well this holds a dollar. Okay, so 3 days ago, it tested the 200-day moving average, closed sort of at it. But then the next 2 days fell down below again. Today it's through it again. I mean, could this go on one of these insane runs? Boy, Billy just keeps making new low after new low. The ILI. How about if I see above? I read that, Casa. Thank you. Boy, this is just tanking now. BILI. Okay, guys. Now, definitely keep an eye on this vvos. I know it had that big spike up through 18, and then it came right back down. Okay, right there. That was at 130. Spiked up to what, 1860 something or other. 1860, and they came right back down. Will it do it again? I had an alert set in that area. Billy. Okay, guys, take a look at my homepage one last time. So if you click on my homepage, I think this has now been, yeah, so there's the promo you can use right now, okay? Area 15 for 15% off the first look at vvos. First month only or the entire year. So again, all I ask is that if you do decide to take out a subscription at some point in time, just use my promo code. It'll really help the room. It'll help the the Anderson Restoration Fund also. Kidding, but okay. Seriously, it'll really help the room. It'll keep the room free. And if you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. 10 short videos take you about 30 minutes. Trading 101 if you're new to trading. series of videos you can take a look at. That's for free. Daily stock of the day that I do, it's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. Sign up for it right there, and you'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. Education section is here, and again, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so you can take a look at these scans, and if you're interested in one of them and wondering what they do, I can help. Okay. I mean, it's just a matter. I mean, the problem with this sort of a stock is, where are you going to put your stop? Okay, where are you going to put your stop? And it's going to it has to be a fair distance. And so in doing so, now look at GME. My goodness. So again, getting back to the other one, vvos. I mean, the tough part is where are you going to put your stop? You have to have a wide enough stop, otherwise you'll probably just get stopped out left and right, unless you're lucky in at the right time and it just starts to move. But having a wide stop, then then what's your risk reward going to be like? So that is the challenge. Did it show up yesterday? Probably not. It showed up on a momentum scan, but I don't think it showed up. I can't remember. I don't think it showed up on my option scanner. Certainly showing up today. Half a million options traded, almost 10 times normal. All right, guys. Okay. I mean, there it is again. My goodness, vvos. But look, I mean, so I had the alert at 1848, and again, it popped right up to it and right back down. This is not settled down at all. It did show up. It showed up late, unless that's the, wait a minute. This is the history of that scan yesterday. Let's do it. Yeah, so the first time it showed up yesterday was here, at 11:42 Eastern Time. Price was 13.29. I'm sorry, 11:42. Yeah, 11:40. I'm sorry. Yeah, 11:42 plus 2 seconds. So at 13:27. That's when it showed up yesterday. Yes, well, that's what they said, and some of them are, what, at 22, $23? And they have earnings next week on the 6th, they have earnings. Interesting to see what'll happen that day. That's next Wednesday. Oh, there's the yeah. Man, you know what? I was gonna take this one. Give me a moment. All right, guys, BGLC. I may take just a wild stab at this one just to see if it has any more oomph in it going forward. I'm certainly not telling anybody else to do the same thing. Watch how it trades towards the end of the day. Are we almost towards the end of the decade? I don't think so. NTNX? I don't think so. I want to say 2018. I could go back a monthly chart and I could probably see because I sort of remember. So there's, yeah, well, it's definitely not going to be a decade yet. We're getting close. And in case you guys don't know what we're talking about, Goldman Sachs said this could be the stock of the decade. I think they said that back in 2018. All right, guys. I am continuing to watch the vvos in case it has some kind of a crazy move into the close. Victoria's Secret VSCO. Well, they've certainly come back from back from the dead. $13, 23 now, a couple of months. Didn't he say he wanted to start building more parks again or something like that? Oh, Jason, that is a bad pun. So bad it's good. Oh my, not much to say, guys. Not much to say. Come on, load. Oh my gosh, I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it, and now look what's happened. Where are you? Where are you, Curie? I know you said you're out. Don't look at VVOS, okay? Don't look at it. I command you not to look at it. Yeah, well, here's really the oh my god. Okay, OMG. Look at the potential open. 23. I couldn't get it. It just went way too quickly and then it got halted on me. Well, I did my video on this today, so yeah, I don't know how many people can actually short VVOS. I'm sure there are some, maybe at Centerpoint, maybe Cobra, Trade Zero, some of the ones. Nah, I don't know about a short squeeze. I mean, there's not too many available shorts. Okay, Bernie, not too many brokers can short it, so I wouldn't really call that a short squeeze at all. But let's just keep this up here for fun, and man, there was my alert right here at 1850. Was all set to take some, and it just kept moving higher and higher. And even if I wanted to chase it, I would not have got it because it halted so quickly. All right, let's see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. 228 plus 33 seconds, 233 plus 33 seconds. So a little over 2 minutes if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. It's amazing though, isn't it? Well, it basically did everything I wanted it to do. I did not want this to happen until after 2 o'clock. I figured after 2 o'clock, those who were not able to get it early, and if it had any sort of a move on some volume, it might get the enthusiasm back. It just happened too quickly. Yeah, that will be reverse split adjusted, Baba. Okay, reverse split adjusted. It was never up to $300. That would be reverse split adjusted. Okay, guys, in about a little over a minute, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open. So, Carrie, what I would do if I were you is at 228 plus 30 seconds, don't look. Well, this is holding 23. Doesn't mean it's going to open at 23, of course, but this is holding steady so far. Doesn't mean it's going to. Now, look what happened. This is the potential open. All right, guys, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open in about 10 seconds, a little less than 10 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt. 2, 1. Yeah. So this is going to be a longer halt then. Looks like it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt, which is not what you want if you were happen to got lucky and got in this before the 1990, because you want to see this open as you don't want to have this be a 10-minute halt and have that start to drift down. But nothing you can do about it. I don't see that Yash just made another new high. It didn't show up here, but that doesn't mean that it didn't make a new high. Two 232. So you just posted that, Eric. Oh, you didn't say that. You didn't say that. I'm sorry. You didn't say that. You just said popped again. So you're talking popped again from here. Yeah, well, you could have had all you wanted right here at 621 at 932. Way too early for me, but yeah, GME maybe, yeah, GME maybe giving well, not maybe, it is definitely putting a little bit of a pullback in here. And it looks like it might be coming into the yeah, 1620. Well, there's Steve's favorite, the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. And there's Reels 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Basically, kind of the same. Well, again, if you were lucky enough to get it, you're still looking okay. This is the vvos. Okay, guys. So at around 2 o'clock, how about 3 o'clock? I'll be probably taking off. William said he'll keep the room open until at least 4, maybe later if he sees any interesting earnings plays after hours. Okay. And before I do take off, I'll put the trading room link in our YouTube room so you can head over and listen to William if you no, you can get over to the you won't be listening to anybody and there's no screen sharing, but you can interact with the other traders there via posts. Okay, BGLC. Let's see. All right, guys, don't look, Curie. Do not look. I command you, do not look. It's going to get halted again. Maybe not. Yeah, it's going to get halted again, guys. It's going to get halted. I can tell. Look at that. 24.20, 24.21, not budging. Just wait for it. You're going to get the halt right. Oh, I'm wrong. What? Oh, and the spread was only a penny. I could have sworn that was going to get halted. Look at this, though. Oh, man. Okay, guys. Well, guys, remember what I said. I mean, this can happen. We see this over and not maybe in this as dramatic a fashion, but we see this over and over and over again. Excuse me. Some stock has a tremendous run in the pre-market, has a great run in the first couple of hours, and then kind of rests for several hours, and then later on in the day has a pop. And now this is an exaggeration, but we see this over and over again, and that's why you hear me say things like keep an eye in X XYZ stock in case it has a late day run. I'm just as surprised it wasn't halted. It's got to be halted now. This has got to be halted. Well, again, interesting. Every time I see that the spread is only a penny and it sits there for 2 seconds, I figure it's going to get halted, but not yet. Well, and again, I really think it's all to do with, people like myself who missed it earlier. Okay. I mean, I saw it, and not that I didn't see it, but kind of missed it earlier and was waiting. And you got a lot of people think, okay, maybe now, maybe now. And oh, well, I mean, it just can't believe that it blew right through that, all set to buy it, and then it got halted. Anyway, there will be another one. Okay, well, it doesn't look like I'm going to take this BGLC. I wanted to see it hold into the like mid 120s, and it's pulled back too much now. If it gets back up here, maybe. Okay, guys, it is now 2:45, so I have about 15 minutes left. So good time to ask any questions if you have any before I take off. I say, William will keep the room open, the main room. What I'm going to do now is put the trading room, the main trading room link into the into YouTube. So if you want to head over at 3 o'clock when I take off, you can. Hey guys, not really doing well. I am going to wait on this, believe it or not. If this gets some volume and has a big push, I may take a little. Just what a day. What an exciting day. I mean, so many in the option scanner. Awesome. Okay, what are you doing? OSA, another cheap one, over $1 now. Was over $1, 98 cents. Okay, you know why, guys? This is a sympathy play. Sleep apnea. This is a sympathy play, okay, to the vvos. That's exactly what it is, OSA. No, they have not come up with anything saying, I mean, the FDA said they approved the device for vvos. These guys have nothing like that, but this is a sympathy play. Got halted, guys. Just got halted. Just got halted. VVOS just got halted. Well, let's take a look at OSA. I mean, again, it has no news. It's not the same, but it's a sympathy play completely. Look at this thing go. I mean, this is crazy. Okay. All this is a sympathy play. Okay. OSA. And another low float, 7.6 million in the float. So Casa, I'm not sure what you're driving at. Are you saying that OSA is better than than the other one in terms of an actual device, or? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. But again, it doesn't matter, does it? All this is a trade. Nobody's saying to buy this and hold it forever. And this is just got halted. Yeah, look at GME now really coming down. Well, you got to admit it's fun. This is fun. I don't mean this is fun, but the other one, the minute it showed up here, because I had no idea. I didn't know what this was. Never seen this one before in my life. OSA. Hmm. You know what? There are actually shorts available for OSA at Interactive Brokers, 256,000 at Interactive Brokers. It looks like 135 could be a resistance area. Well, let's see who opens. Okay, VVOS 249 plus 37 seconds. It just resumed. Okay, it just resumed, and it popped up to 28 before it pulled back. See where OSA could open. No big clue. But remember the last time we saw VVOS, we saw the halt price, and it was the same over here. And then, of course, when it opened, it just exploded. This is again traded time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I'm bushed. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is this blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. And if it's a 257, so this could be opening in less than 2 minutes if it's a 5-minute halt. Okay, guys, and so in less than a minute, this could open. All right, guys. So this could open in less than 10 seconds from now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is. So it did not. So it got halted at 123 and dropped a little. Did not explode. And now look at it. All right, guys. Well, I don't know what to say. VVOS just exploded again. Terrible device or not? Oh my gosh. What are my thoughts on the presidential cycle? I have really no thoughts, man. I mean, I think that there are statistics that are done that I think in, a presidential, like, so next year, there are probably statistics that show that the market goes up. I don't, but I'm in Canada, but not that I don't pay attention, but there are statistics I think that might show that the market Goes up during a presidential election year, but other than that, I have no thoughts. I'm not trying to dismiss it. Okay, I just said I think that is probably something that is looked at every 4 years. Because, I'm an intraday trader, it doesn't really make any difference to me. Well, there it is, halted again. Yeah, but you are talking about swing trading though, Finley. It doesn't affect intraday trading at all. So wow, look at this, 31.77 now. Ah, unbelievable. So yeah, what I would do is I would just Google it. What happens typically in the stock market during a presidential election year? Just Google it. See what the probabilities, well, see what the statistics are. Mac, are you talking about when is the vote? You mean for the, well, are you talking about the presidential election next year? Oh, it's 3:02. I didn't realize it. Well, this is too much fun right now. It's what, the first Tuesday of November, I guess. No, 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 not this year. You're obviously not in the States or Canada. Every 4 years, and so 2024, sometime, I think it's the first Tuesday in November. Oh my gosh. I would have had, well, I'm not sure I would have held it all, but would have been probably at least a $10 pop for me had I got what I wanted for the vvos. Oh well. Well, when you say better compared to what? I mean, like, what do you mean by next year things could be better? The SPY, his all-time high is up here. No, it isn't. It's at, give me a moment. Well, the SPY's all-time high is up here, 480. I mean, we're at 455. I mean, just, so if you look at the beginning of this year, this is January, it was down 376. We're at 455 now. Okay, guys, I do not see any other questions, so I think I will pack it in now. So, thanks for all the help. I'll open the rooms tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to mute myself and get rid of the screen sharing. William will keep the room open till at least 4. And YouTubers, I'll do the same thing for you guys now. Have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.